Hello, check. Enable video. Very good.
In management education. We are joined by accomplished scholars and practitioners whose contributions have significantly shaped the practice of case-based teaching. I now request our esteemed speakers, Professor Binay Bhushan Chakrabarti, Sri Sumit Harjani, and Professor Anand, to kindly join us on stage. Dr. Sanjay Patro will be joining us virtually.
Hello, Cheta.
Our very first panelist is Professor Binay Bhushan Chakrabarti, a distinguished academic and senior professor of management and finance. Professor Chakrabarti is a graduate of Jadavpur University and an alumnus of IIM Calcutta, and is also an associate member of the Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India. He has taught finance at IIM Kolkata for many years and continues to serve as visiting faculty at IIM Kolkata, IIM Ranchi, and IIM Sirmaur. Professor Chakrabarti served as director of IIM Ranchi from 2013, contributing significantly to the institute's academic growth and governance. He is widely respected for his academic leadership, his work in finance education, and his long-standing commitment to strengthening management learning in India. Our next panelist is Dr. Sanjay Patro, Dean, XLRI Jamshedpur. A senior faculty member in the marketing area, Dr. Patro has had a long and distinguished academic career, contributing to teaching research, institutional development, and executive education at XLRI. He brings deep expertise in marketing management, case teaching, and leadership development, and is widely respected for his thought leadership in management pedagogy. Our third panelist is Sri Sumit Harjani, Managing Director, India and Region Head, Enterprise, Asia Pacific at Harvard Business Impact. With over 21 years of global experience across education, edtech, business leadership, and learning and development, he has led the growth and strategy for Harvard Business Review, Harvard Business Publishing Education, and the enterprise business in India, while also steering leadership transformation initiatives across the Asia-Pacific region. An alumnus of IIM Bangalore and Mayo College Ajmer, Sri Harjani is also a board member and a recognized speaker, widely engaged in leadership development, organizational transformation, and executive learning. This session will be moderated by Professor Anand, faculty member in the finance area at IIM Ranchi. Professor Anand holds a PhD from the ICFAI University, Dehradun, and brings strong research expertise in asset pricing, market microstructure, and information economics. His academic work reflects analytical depth and a commitment to understanding how information flows and incentives shape financial markets. Beyond research, he is actively engaged in teaching and contributes to various academic initiatives at the Institute. We look forward to his guidance in steering this discussion. May I now invite all our esteemed panelists and our moderator, Professor Anand, to kindly take the stage. With that, I hand over the session to Professor Anand to lead the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, a very good afternoon to all those who are present here, and a very good afternoon to the panel. Before I start, we have a request to the audience in the hall. If you can come up forward in the hall, that would be helpful, because this room is almost like a lot of capacity and almost looks empty if we are looking from this perspective. So yes, this way we will be close by and hopefully we can engage more. So please take the front seats if possible. Take the front seats, no issues. Okay, that's it. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And we begin with first, the first thing which I can really mention before we start is one incident that happened yesterday, because of which Professor Patro is not with us here physically. So I must first of all thank him on behalf of the conference organizing team and IIM Ranchi. He had some injury yesterday, because of which he is not able to travel. And due to this small difficulty. He actually called us, and then he was kind enough to uh, make sure that we do not suffer or lose him in the process. So he agreed to be online. In fact, he is the one who said that I'll present it online. So I'll be there. And we really thank you, sir, for your initiative and making sure that we have you for this discussion.
Thank you, Professor Anand, for those words. Yeah, I met with twisted my ankle yesterday at home, and I planned to leave this morning, but I couldn't. But I'm happy to be with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I take the opportunity to welcome this audience and then welcome my co-panelist, Professor Chakravarti. I know him for so many years that I can't even recall now. He was my director at IIM Ranchi at one point of time, and being from the same area, he has always been a mentor to me. So I thank you very much, sir, for making it to this session. Professor Sumit, Mr. Sumit, right, sorry. Mr. Sumit is industry person and is, I think, the most pertinent of all to give us insights about the case and the case pedagogy. He represents industry. He represents the whole process of how we came to experience cases across different schools in India and at different places, in fact. Okay, because he is kind of those responsible for bringing the cases to these schools and in our conversations in different topics and different areas. So thank you for making it. Okay. Now, as a faculty member, I have been exposed to cases for more than 1.5 decades now. So there were opportunities for me to learn in the process. We were actually sent to Harvard for learning about the pedagogical skills. So few of us were every year taken to understand the finer nuances of how this case method works and what we should really focus on. But if I look at last 15 years, my reflection tells me that it's not a one-time learning that is going to be sufficient in this game. Okay, the playbook for how we deliver cases has been evolving. And what used to be the golden approach towards a case method seems to be something that we need to reflect on now. And therefore, the cases have come, obviously, they have evolved over a period of time, but they have also come and perhaps are at the crossroad where we need to reimagine cases as a pedagogy and its need and how we can, from both sides, supply side, where the cases are being developed, marketed, distributed, and from those who are actually administering these cases, faculty members primarily, as to how we can make the most of this method. The history of case method goes back a long. I mean, to my understanding, it started with, I think, medicine and law mostly. And they were the major users of case method because this is a field where you need to understand the context in order to execute your different roles. And obviously, with time, we were able to understand that there is a very good opportunity for us to use cases to deliver the complexity of business and how these complex business decisions can be made in different environments using the learnings that we have through different experiences in different cases. So that is the history, and we have come from that history to the point where cases are there competing with a lot of different pedagogies and a lot of technology today. Okay, and that is creating a new kind of challenge for us faculties. So my first and opening question in this regard is, with this background, is a re-evaluation of the question, why cases, why we need cases, when we need a case, and perhaps the most important case, are there situations where we don't need a case and we should perhaps not use it? Because there are two extremes here. One is, which is 100% case method. The other extreme is obviously other pedagogies, mostly lectures, discussion, and all of that. So what is the right combination or right fitment in this, especially in the current context? So I would open this, and if it's possible, I'll start with Professor Patro on this. Sir, over to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Professor Anand, for that introduction and raising that question of the relevance of the cases for MBA education. In top institutes, we are preparing. Is there an echo? Hello? Yeah, I think it is better now. Yeah.
We are able to hear you properly, sir. So
Yeah,
please.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Very rightly, you started with the relevance of the cases in B schools, which was borrowed from the medical school and the law school. The Harvard Law School was more famous then, and instead of teaching, regression and other methods of understanding consumer behavior, Harvard thought the same approach can be used in imparting business education. Our objective is to prepare managers for the industry. We are not preparing MBA graduates for further research. We want them to hit the road on day one. How do we do that? We need the purpose of sending the students for summer internship is to get understand a business problem and solve it over 2 months and learn from that experience. We can't send them for 100 or 200 summer internships. We can, but very well we can do that by bringing those business cases to the class. When in a class 60 or 70 brilliant minds attempt to solve those cases and bring in different perspectives to the classroom. There is no single answer to a business problem. The companies which did very well for decades are finding it tough to survive next 2 years. There is a digital onslaught, the ever dynamic business industry poses new challenges on a daily basis, on a quarterly. These days we can say on a quarterly basis, the entire business model need to be slightly tweaked. It's no longer the vertical integration of earlier years. There is a global supply chain, there is a global competency models, there is a global delivery models. People can, any part of the world can deliver certain competencies, certain insights to a classroom or to solve any problem. In this context, we are through this method we are teaching the students the business managers of tomorrow who will be taking up responsibilities in less than 2 years to think of the situation, understand the scenario, and then think of appropriate business solution. I may have a brilliant background and did the most perfect analysis, quantitatively, but there will be several qualitative aspects which I have ignored. That may be brought in by certain other participants, certain other students, or certain other peers from the class. In certain Professor Anand, you raised the question of the relevance and where it has to be used, where it can't be. When you are teaching the fundamentals of, for example, accounting or operations, first few sessions, maybe some faculty may find giving a theoretical background would be good, and then move to solving real life problems. But as in Harvard or take the IIMA, the Asian Institute of Management, or there are 100 other institutes where they start with a case, end with a case. And they've seen that the relevance of solving business problems, and the participants find the value to be great. So it is not just a solution. What does the case method endow the participants with? They put forth their points of view, and then when there is an objection from another, somebody raises a counter question, the student has to defend, has to argue, has to convince, or talk about the assumptions behind one's recommendations. So it's not about just writing and giving a solution, dropping it in a box. Is about communicating, understanding others' reservations, arguments, and then putting forth reasonable explanations so that others agree. That's what a student does when goes to the organization. He is not asked to solve a problem. He is not an analyst. He is not whether the two groups are significantly related or not related. He is not solving a particular quantitative thing. It is about presenting your points of view and convincing the team, to see the merit in that. Okay, maybe if my argument is not so strong, then I take a relook and am prepared to reevaluate my stance. I think with these few words, I will stop, and I'll wait for others to comment, Professor Chakravarti and Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Patro, for your opening remarks and very thoughtful points. Now I pitch this question to Professor B.B. Chakravarti with some additions. So my additions to this question are, sir, we also have to look at case is obviously one method which is available and which is readily available thanks to industry leaders who have brought those cases out of business schools and then have made it possible for us to access it very, very quickly. So it has become off the racks actually. But in addition to that, there are a lot of other pedagogical tools we have. Okay, we have things like game methods, and we have things where we can do some simulations. Some role play are also possible. All of these are meant to enrich students with diverse kind of exposures and all of that. So what is your view on this? In addition to the first question, sir, what is your view on this, on utility of these? Okay, so you want him to respond. Okay, sir. So Sumit can answer this and then sir will take it.
Thank you. No, I think I'll try and build on what was already said. So, couple of opening remarks, and I'll get to your question. The first case at HBS was written in 1921. It was a General Shoe Company, a case about a shoe, and the case has lived on. And Professor asked a question, which is, how are things evolving? Things are absolutely evolving. Things have evolved from cases moving from a 30-page case to a 3-page case. They've moved to multimedia cases. Now you move to simulations, role plays. Now there are cases which have chatbot inbuilt, and we are looking at evolving to adaptive cases. So you go through a situation and you see what's happening and then you change course. So definitely things have evolved. But I think the broader point, which was, when should the case be used? And I would actually argue, I think the case can be used for pretty much everything. And the reason we say that is, cases are not just a teaching methodology. Cases are like a mindset. What are cases? Cases at the end of the day are stories. They are war stories, they are business stories of what has happened in those organizations by those leaders, and it helps all the students be in the shoes of the protagonist to figure out, as Professor Patro rightly said. So I think all this to say, it's been extremely useful for students to be able to think. And I think one fundamental philosophy, even we at Harvard talk about, is the classroom is not to get the answers. The classroom is to question the answers. So the end output is not required. The process of how you get to that is actually far more valuable. And I'll give a personal story. I mean, I've studied in the Indian education system throughout my life, and I had a chance to go to HBS and study. And I had a very uncomfortable moment. I sat in the class, 90 minutes happened, and we all had our discussion. And the class ended, and the professor said, "Thank you very much, bye." And I, as an Indian student who've done his education, and I'm waiting, hang on, where is the key takeaway or where is the key learning? And I felt uncomfortable. I said, what just happened here? But then over the due course of my course, I realized, well, you have to be comfortable with that ambiguity of not knowing the end answer, but having the ability to debate and discuss and create arguments and give reasonings. So I think somewhere in our education system, there is this thing that's saying, okay, sari baatein ho gayi, give me the top 3 takeaways. But I don't think life is like that. We have to be okay with extremely complex topics and extremely complex solutions to allow for a discussion and debate. So I think all this said, there is a pivotal moment. There is a pivotal moment with AI where answers are immediately available. There is lower attention span. Nobody has the patience to go through multiple pages. And also, I think the problems are multidisciplinary. So with that big change, what happens to our teaching methodology is going to be interesting. And I think even the case philosophy is innovating with a lot of new things. I'll give it back to you, Professor. Sorry. Finish my comments. You wanted to? Finish my comments. So, is everything teaching with case? Just open it. Just open it.
Okay, we are trying to get some IT related stuff settled actually, so hopefully that will be done. In the meantime, thank you, Sumit, for your opening remarks, and very rightly you brought this evolutionary journey of Harvard Business School publishing as well in the process, how it has been able to adapt to different kind of new methods included on the platform. So now we have simulations, we have role plays also on the platform. And I'm pretty sure that would be true even for competitors of Harvard. So all of them are working in this area. EdTech is obviously taking off and more of these will come up. Okay. Now I think the IT problem is settled. So now we can have the first opening round of comments from Professor Chakravarti. Over to you, sir. Okay.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Now, see, issue is this, that why do we use cases? Yeah. ठीक है. Now, I have been teaching with cases for the last, how many years? More than 25 years. But you know, while you heard from him that case raises some issues, case meaning some real life situation you have brought in the paper, in some pages. So the real life situation can be in the area of marketing, in the area of finance, in the area of operations, and so many other areas, strategy, etc. So the issue that he mentioned, that we are looking at the process of debating, and outcome may be different, but in some subjects, outcome is unique. Like in the area of finance, we are trying to talk about how cost of capital is worked out. You have a definite answer. And there, it's not merely debating, it's essentially also coming up with an answer. Now, but then why cases? Well, we can do without cases also. Then we'll talk about the concept, formula, these sort of issues. But then what happens, to a student? What somebody exactly did to solve a particular problem, if they come to know, it is, in my opinion, much better learning. So what I do and many people do is that along with the theoretical topic, see, since I am from the area of finance, let me remain there. We also, after discussing the theoretical issues, we give them a case and which has a solution in a particular context. Only thing in the case, there is no solution. Students don't know the solution by simply reading the case. The students have to come up with a solution at the end. And what is said is this. Hey, this is working or not working? Not working. Yeah. Now, yeah. And you remove the something inserted with it. Remove that. Only the PPT. Huh? Oh, yes, Professor Patra there. Okay. So now, essentially, we try to ensure that the students actively take part in coming to the solution. But in some subjects which I am not fully aware of, consumer behavior, marketing, strategy, behavioral sciences, there is no unique answer in many cases. So there probably they will come up with many answers, and then they will basically find out, maybe they will decide some appropriate answer at the end. But in some areas, our area especially, certainly since I brought the case, so there is an answer. You have to find the answer, come up with that answer, and in the process you learn. So it is now how it is to be done. Now it is to be done this way, that I leave the case with you. Suppose 4 of you, 5 of you join together, then you should meet first of all somewhere. After meeting, and before meeting, read the case. Read the case and then come to wherever you meet, meeting room, to discuss, you say something, somebody else says something, etc., etc. And then finally, collectively prepare some sort of solution. The solution in some cases may be various alternatives. Some solution, some cases may be exactly a solution. Then what happens, you make a presentation in the class, and through the presentation, then other people also are there, and they ask the question, you answer the questions to the extent you can. Then the whole process, the facilitation is done by the faculty. And faculty finally should summarize and finally say, this is how this particular thing finally has to be solved or resolved, or finally leave it open also. And in the process, in my opinion, learning for the students is much more. So if you simply talk about a formula, this thing, that thing, learning is, well, some students otherwise also will learn. But say when we were students, in MBA students, cases were not used at all. So we used to only learn the formulas, etc. But then, well, we also could survive. So essentially, as I mentioned over here, it's an active learning strategy. Student is not a passive listener in the classroom. So he listens to the lecture sometime, then finally when they look at the cases, they should read, and as I mentioned, the process they follow. And in that case, they will, after that they make a presentation also, they actively get involved. In that process, the learning becomes much better. So the starting point is they should read the case. Starting point is read the case, and students read only when it is beneficial finally for securing marks. And if that is so, then the cases should also have a very good amount of percentage of marks in the final evaluation. Otherwise, students won't read. So that's what I mentioned, active learning, and they should, as he was talking about, they should debate, inquiry-based, meaning they should find out what is this, how it can be done, etc., etc. So that way, the learning can become much, much better. So in today's world, cases are used in almost all business schools. But I can also share with you some European business school experience, especially Germany. They don't want to use this sort of cases at all. Their view is simple. Case is history. Now, what is the point in knowing the history? So how they supplement, I'll tell you. They bring the real-life practitioners into the classroom. So the topic which I was thinking they will learn through the case, they bring a real-life practitioner to discuss something similar happening somewhere in the class. But that facility is not there in many countries. Our country definitely not there. So and many people create caselets, the faculty themselves. They got data available. With the data, they create small caselets. And in each case, those caselets are discussed in the class by the faculty along with the students. So it's not that everybody uses, but also can be used. Our university system in India hardly uses cases. That's what I find. That they still go by the old method of lecturing to the students and, well, asking questions based on the lectures they have made. These issues are there. So essentially, well, you have to see from that point of view how students are actively taking part and really taking part. And finally, can faculty in the process provide some more valuable knowledge to the students? That's the whole issue. Now, advantages, there are pretty many advantages or basic features. First of all, it should be an interesting issue. No point discussing global something just like that. It should be an interesting issue pointing to something which has been discussed in the classroom so that they finally learn something in the process. And I mentioned that should not be very old. Now, they're from Harvard Business School, know very well. And as I said, I have been handling cases for the last 25 years. Now, some subjects we find cases are very old cases. Now, you will say these cases are still relevant in the sense topic is similar, but then now this should be avoided as much as possible, but in many areas, recent cases are not available. So it should be, in my opinion, not very old. Now, not very old meaning I put a figure of 5 years. So today I should be talking about cases, real life situations which happened in 2020, maybe 17, 18, 20. But many cases you won't find such cases which meets your particular requirement. Then another issue is that it should, as I said, it should have some value at the end. Simply debating some topic won't make any sense. Like whatever we want them to know, they learn in the entire subject, something of that subject must be illustrated through the cases. And that's where they really will learn more if a case is handled. And then it should lead to decision. But as he was mentioning, certain areas like strategy areas, many a time there is no one decision. Marketing also, many a time there is no one decision. Consumer behavior may not be. Human behavioral sciences, organizational behavior also, there may be various ways of dealing a particular situation. But some cases, yes, you get the answer. So that is another issue. Now, many advantages are there, as I mentioned over here, that Critical thinking, yes, that is true. Students learn in the process to analyze properly, etc., etc. And then it's a hands-on because they do practice, they solve problem, they write down something, naturally hands-on learning takes place. And then, and different perspective, provided the participants in the case have different backgrounds. Now, all of them are from the area of, let's say, IT, and then discussing a finance case, there won't be any different, views. Similar views will be there. So if we can create groups, in such a way that they can really provide some alternate views, then it is useful for learning a case and dealing with a case. Then analytical problem solving, and this is obviously apparent now, and it should provide some problem. They should try to see that how it was solved, and then facilitator, the faculty, should finally say what really happened. How did this company really solve? So they can finally see that we suggested this solution, the company adopted this solution. So they can understand in the process where they have gone wrong or right, they can understand properly. Then communication skill, this is a big problem. Now, communication skill, as I said, that the case should be finally presented by students also. And in the process, obviously, as you expect, the communication skills, obviously, one can improve his or her communication ability through that process, provided that is done. I'll let you know the difficulties in India also. And then small group. Should we have group size of 10? Group size of 10. Now, I make a group only of 3. And I tell the student, don't form a group of 1. There are groups of 1 also. Then it's not management. You are no more in management team. So essentially, how large should be the group size? This is a question. And I will talk about large group size in our context in India, what really happens, okay? And then finally, a peer learning. Now, peer learning happens provided there is different background. Now, I suppose all the students from the IT background, having done only codification in their previous employment, they don't bring any additional, there is hardly any peer learning in that case. Now, well, time is short. Now, problem in India is, first of all, our classes. See, most of the institutions, 60 to 80 students per section. Now, 80 students per... So, one major problem is the class size. So it's difficult to form, even if suppose 10-member group, 10 groups, when they will make presentation, each presentation 15, 20 minutes, there's hardly any time. Secondly, where they will meet. Excepting 1 or 2 IIMs, there is hardly any study room for them to meet. So they meet sometime in their own rooms. And hostel rooms are very small. And many times girls don't want to enter those rooms, boys don't want to obviously enter the girls' room. So difficult in India even for their mutual discussion. That's another issue. Another big issue is that they hardly participate. So you give a case, hardly any group discussion takes place. One of them takes some initiative, writes something and submits to the facilitator. That's all. Then where is the entire thing that I've been talking about? Where is that? So very minimal, non-existent participation in India, non-availability of study rooms, and big group sizes, and all these create trouble for faculty as well as the students. And then, and I have to close very soon, and the other thing is that even the instructor needs good abilities for communicating the entire solution. So the teacher also should have some training, how to handle cases, and such things. And your teacher does not mean you are a great communicator as far as the cases are concerned. So many of these issues are there in Indian context. Universities hardly use. We use sometimes, but I find that it's become one more exercise, part of the evaluation process. But the real purpose is actually not served in many cases. I think we leave here. I leave here, and you carry on. Huh? Okay, Anand.
Okay, so I guess this small presentation from Sir has brought a lot of real issues, lot of things that perhaps needs to be discussed at length. Okay, right from the preparation to the question of student engagement, to the question of how we are going to map cases and availability of cases themselves, especially in the localized context. Just before this session, there was a session on MSME. Some of you might have participated in that. And that session was also having this conversation that when in the world we are going to have cases with context based in India, situations based in India, and therefore perhaps our students are going to learn much more closer home, understanding the ecosystem and how we do frugal innovation in that. Also, he brought out the questions of infrastructure. I think one of the most important issues for the institutions in India. We talk about case method. I've been to Harvard. Sumit is here. Sir obviously knows everything. Professor Patro is there. I'm pretty sure he also has got these challenges that we face as faculties, that this method is meant to be delivered ideally in a particular setup with institutional support, where the students have students have groups, they have houses where they sit together. They are basically working, acting as a group all through that particular course. They act as a board who are debating, discussing on a particular point, and then come out with a solution and participate in a debate in a classroom afterwards. So that institutional support system, infrastructure, that if is not there, then the kind of challenges we face in India, where the classes are actually meant for lecturing, the infrastructure is actually for lecturing kind of a setup. How we struggle with that and what our solutions or responses in that struggle has been, I would be very interested in learning about that from the experience at XLRI from Professor Patro first. So Professor Patro, how can you, I just want to know about it.
Okay. Thanks, Professor Chakrabarti, for giving the context in which the discussions happen in India. Yes, Professor Anand, so it is said that if you want real learning to take place in these schools, first of all, we need to have the right architect. Are we planning to have case lecture method like any other university? Or we want students to collaborate, learn from each other, peer learning to be encouraged, and case method or participation, or what we call participant-centered decision making has to be nurtured. Then we require the right architect. Why I'm saying that? The classrooms are to be designed that way. Compact, 70 or 80 students, 60 to 80 is the norm. We have stuck to 60 at XLRI, though, in some places they have increased to 80 to 90 because of the economies of scale and all. So the classroom design, and when you want people to consult each other, sometimes the round tables, if in small electives, the second year, it would be good to have people sit around the round tables. That's what we do in certain courses. Now, coming to, I'll make a small observation about what Professor Chakravarti said. In some courses like operations, a transportation problem, or raising the capital, a finance case or accounting case, the same course taught in a university in all sessions, the faculty would come and solve a problem. But in a B school, that same problem is presented as a business scenario. Okay, he is trying to set up the small scale industry. He has to raise 18 crores, 5 crore he has from here, and these are the different options. What should he do? The moment you put that as a problem, the answer would be, the outcome would be same, but you are presenting a real life scenario. Certain information is given which need not be used. Okay, like as we say, separating the grain from the chaff is the first task of the manager. When you go to a company, nobody gives you a problem. You are there, you are observing several things. You need to frame your problem, the scenario, the problem specific situation has to be comprehended by the manager. So that way, it is appropriate for most of the subjects. I think the group size that you mentioned is very right. It has to be 3 to 4. I agree with you. I suggest my students to form groups of 3 to 4. I give that little flexibility so that they decide, they feel it is in their hands to choose the fourth member or not. Okay, beyond that, 2 people or 2 or 3 would solve the problem and present it on behalf of the entire group. So I'll keep my comments, close my comments here, and I will listen to both of you.
Thank you, sir. There is a small insertion that
I'll
sir
just
wants.
take 1 or 2 minutes, which you have to answer.
Sorry, go ahead.
Of the cases. Each case costs, Harvard Bay case, $5. Recently, I'm teaching somewhere, they have around 120 students. And the institute takes for 4-year program, 4 lakh rupees per annum. That's the government rate for any engineering college, etc. They say, sir, with 4 lakh per annum, the total revenue they give us, how do we provide 5 cases or 10 cases, each case $5? And Harvard Business School, what they do, they write on your case, do not copy, do not circulate, and so on. As educator, we get 1-year license to do something. So this is another issue which is hindering. I can't think of Ranchi University using any case because the students hardly pay a few thousand rupees. So who will bear the cost? This is another big issue. Another issue is, which I am raising since all of you are Indians, this issue bothers me. I was part of one institute, Universitas 21 in Singapore. So there, online, students from all over the world, many places joined. One French student told me, we don't want an Indian student in our group. Sir, do not give an Indian student. I said, what is wrong? Sir, they will come previous night and tell me what I have to do. Now, how does it work? Whole 1 month gone, then you come previous night and tell me what I have to do. So these are another issue, which part many of our students do not want to participate, and cost is prohibitive for many institutions for using these cases. They just avoid the cases because they can't afford the, Presidency College in Calcutta, St. Stephen's College in Delhi can't afford any cases because who will bear the cost? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the additional inputs we have now. Now I would want Mr. Sumit to reflect on this, as well as the more pertinent, perhaps, agenda that we have to bring in, that we started with, in fact, the evolution journey. And now that evolution journey has come and met with the challenges of AI and instant internet at all times, at all places, with all solutions that they used to guard very heavily earlier, becoming available online easily. So what are teaching notes essentially? And even if they are not, you can ask the AI, and with generative AI becoming more and more powerful, perhaps they'll be able to throw the perspective that we are trying to capture in the class. Now, the problem is not that they get to know the answer. That's not the problem. The problem is the creative struggle that we want students to go through, that is missing in this instant gratification kind of approach. You don't use your cerebral power to engage with the problem and develop yourself. The purpose was to develop yourself. The question has already been solved long back. Whatever happened, happened. That is not the point. The point is to try and learn by engaging, by being in those shoes. So how we can preserve the essence of a discussion in a case method where participation is cerebral and not only towards getting the answer out. Okay, so over to you.
Sure. I think first off, a few comments on AI. And I know that it's such a common topic and every person has a point of view. So allow me to share mine. If you all are thinking that AI will not take away jobs or you will not struggle to find a job, then you're highly mistaken. AI will take away a lot of jobs. It is already happening. And I'll quote an HBS professor who I deeply respect, Professor Karim Lakhani, is AI will not replace humans, but AI will replace humans who are not using AI. So let's not call AI as a challenge. It definitely has risks, but it also has a lot of opportunities. And I'd say this, everyone says every other time, every few years, some technology comes, something comes. It's part of life. Yes. But I would go out and say that this is a profound shift. So let's stop belittling it. It's a big shift. There are different tools that come in our lifetimes, but AI is not a tool, it's an agent. It's fundamentally different. So I think at a mindset level, my suggestion to all students and scholars and teachers is embrace AI for its strength while managing the risks. And I think even from a teaching standpoint, all the leading schools, they are allowing all kind of AI tools to be used by students. Let them use it. Let people get answers. I'll give you an example of Professor V.G. Narayan, who's a prolific professor from Harvard Business School. What he does is, he tells students, here is a case, go look for answers. In fact, when he starts the class, he says, these are the top 4 deep prompted answers on this case. Everybody gets on that page, and then you start the discussion. So you can imagine the quality of conversation going up. So all this to say that we need to embrace AI because the latest research, credible research, is saying that 84% of leaders are not ready for what's coming our way. And paradoxically, research is saying that AI will actually help us become more human than what we've been so far. So all this to say, what will actually help all of us be successful in what's coming our way and what's already here is human-centric behaviors augmented by AI. So the capabilities are reasoning, thinking, empathy, vulnerability, all of those things which often are seen as fluff, as escape skills. But I dare say there is more and more research that's coming out that those kinds of human-centric capabilities are going to become that much more important. Because the reality is, knowledge is already available. Knowledge is going to be a leveler. So if knowledge is available to everyone, then what will stand out for people who are succeeding in this current phase is the human-centric skills. So embrace AI. There are amazing technologies which teachers can use. We, as an institute and a lot of others, forget us, are leveraging it in a big way to get new experiments coming our way. And I think we need to embrace it wholeheartedly.
Yeah, That's an interesting way of looking at it, that we will become more human with AI. I think what is perhaps the idea behind is that the routines would be taken care of by the AI, and therefore what you are left with are the more deeper questions which are philosophical and fundamental in that sense. Professor Patro, I would move to you with the same question with a little addition to this. Now, in student evaluation, when we use these cases, or even in participation in engagement, a lot of time this challenge would be there that students are coming with some kind of old solutions, some kind of quick learning through AI or these systems, which are obviously, as Sumit has suggested, might be taken advantage of. But in that setting, the faculty is under a stress or challenge as to how to ensure authenticity in that conversation that a student has brought up. What is his authorship of that entire conversation? How we look for that, or what are your views on this? Sir.
Yeah. Yes, that's a interesting question, Professor Anand. The students now will have 3-4 solutions or alternatives, and they've not struggled much to come to those alternatives. They've taken help of AI or other SlideShare or any solutions that are available in the internet. But now, the starting point, as Sumit mentioned, how do we evaluate these 3 solutions? What criteria can be used to evaluate these 3? And any additional criteria. So the challenge for professors, the faculty is greater today. Greater in the sense you have to introduce few new parameters for judging the critical thinking ability of the students, and thinking on fate, and how do we or out of these 4 solutions, which this solution will be appropriate for which scenario, for which industry today. Introducing new questions there would make the real students who have prepared well stand out, and those who have simply spent 10 minutes to reach out to the conclusions would find themselves to be nowhere. That is one. The second question, which Professor Chakravarti mentioned about the cost of the cases, and in our discussion we took the scenario of building context into the decision making. If it is a pure quantitative cost, a transportation model, or a linear programming kind of stuff, or a typical just credit debit, one answer. But think of the business solutions or business challenges. The context is so much important. Strategy, then the customers, people, the promoters in India, and the promoters in the entrepreneurs in other countries. Their mindset will be very different. Therefore, there is a need for more Indian cases, and the faculty who is teaching the cases, after dealing with few Harvard cases for the Harvard or Ivy, or there are many Indian journals, the Bikalpa and other IMB review, all of them, even in our journal of management level studies, we have sometimes cases. Those selection of cases is one, but the faculty need to develop cases specific for his course or her course. That way, the command over the scenario, the evolving scenario, can be comprehended by the faculty much better. Suppose I have developed case 2 years back. Now it is time for part B of the case. Next 2 years, I am developing part C. I'm evolving how the industry is, I'm observing how the industry is evolving, and my particular company, how it has dealt with that challenge. Okay, that way, the faculty's capability to deliver more insights into our context would also be higher, and in the process, the issue of the cost can also be tackled to a greater extent. And we say specifically at XLRI, we were debating that not debate, last year the debate was there. We said when it comes to the new joinees, they can totally follow the content from different journals and the case studies they can pick up. But coming to the associate level, then professor level, the faculty's content has to be there. Because you are working in that domain, you are taking that course time and again. So therefore, people who do that need to be encouraged, building their own cases. In our context, India is one of the most happening places in the world today. Lot of new business models are being tried out. So all those, I realized many faculty were using 2-3 page cases. I think that has also inspired Harvard to come out with these quick cases. Yeah, those 2 or 3 page cases. Just a 2 page scenario, the problem that happened a month back, 2 months back, relevant to my subject. If I bring that to the class, that would generate a lot of interest. I entirely agree with Professor Chakravarti, who said you can't have a 25-year-old case and expect students to be excited and going about it. So topicality, the right industries. These days students would not be interested in a cement or a timber manufacturing company's issues. They say timber chodo, I am not going to, especially in the top schools. Yep, they have a certain set of companies. These are the sectors, these are the issues, some kind of digital, some kind of AI, something, that excites them more. Because they think they would be looking for opportunities in those sectors. So these are my sort of observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Patro. I think the most interesting part that I could see in this was that, among others, that how we have to develop our curriculum as faculty members. In the sense, you always start with content at the beginning of this, and I think there is a wonderful book called The Content Trap. I think it comes from HBS in this. Which is basically targeted at the question of content and how you move from content to the story building. Have your own stories and then they convert it into cases and maybe someday you can publish. And that incentive becomes more and more when institutions start to support that initiative. So obviously, as sir has already mentioned that XLRI is trying to institutionalize this, I think that kind of a thing would go a long way in helping us bring in more cases based out of India stories. And those stories would be then more engaging for the students, and that would be rewarding and fulfilling for both the students as well as their faculties. So I think that a loop has to be completed, and hopefully we are moving in that direction. So now with these thoughts, we'll, because of the paucity of time, we have to stop it here. Next session would also be there. So before I close, I would want, if audience has questions, we can accommodate a few questions. So mics, please. And raise of hand with the questions if you have. Yeah, there. And if you want it to be directed to one of us, let us know.
Sure. Yes, sir. Myself, Rahul from second year of MBA. My question to Sumit, sir. So we are at second year of MBA. We have gone through more than 40 to 50 cases, more than that. What the question I want to ask is, our attention span is waning, as you rightly mentioned. We are not even sitting through 30 seconds reel these days. So what are the initiatives that Harvard does to make the case pedagogy goes far for the managers like us in the future?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Few things. At a fundamental level, one thing that we all will realize in our career, when everything will go so fast, what will value is for few things to go slow. And I'm not trying to defend a 20-page case. I'll come to that answer in a second. Reflection will become a superpower. It already needs to become a superpower, because everything is moving at a breakneck speed and everyone is talking about change. But in the world of everything changing, the good question to ask is what are the constants? So, all that to say that, and if there was Professor Sahai in this on this dais, he would push you back, saying, "You're doing MBA from one of the most prestigious business schools in the country. You have to go through that depth of doing a 20-page case to get your concepts clear." Having said that, I understand the audience is changing. And we are, so whether it's short cases, 3-4 pages, quick cases where we're not even asking the student to study and come, just come to the class, and we are building solutions where the product is such that you talk about it for first 10 minutes and then you have the conversation. But I'll tell you, they are single dimension cases. The reality is, for any leader, when you go to the corporate world, there is no one issue. Even to do one basic conversation, you are using 3 skills: critical thinking, communication skills, conflict handling, and a part of strategy or finance. So every competency is never one competency. There are a combination of 5. So while we are doing what the learner is asking us to, but we are very mindful that this direction is not a healthy direction. Yes, we will do those things. Yes, there are multimedia case studies, there are video, now there are audio case studies. All of those things are happening. There is there is a philosophy called practice first. We are saying don't learn anything. Just come to the class, do a 2-minute speech on a topic, and then the AI will tell you how big a duffer you are. And then you start learning. All of those innovations are happening. Millions of dollars are being spent to figure out what the future of learning will look like. But I think there is also a deep acknowledgement of importance of reflection. So what is needed is not often good, and we are just trying to maintain that balance. So I'm sorry I'm going philosophical, but I think it's a philosophical question at the end of the day.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
I think one more question was there and just behind. Here. Sir, your introduction and yeah, please check. Your quick introduction, sir, and who you want to respond to this. Professor Patro is also there online.
Sir, I have a question to Sumit sir. How can businesses ensure that a rapid adoption of AI as a core operational infrastructure does not diminish human agency, values, and decision making, while still gaining the full competitive advantages promised by AI?
I'll keep it short and I'd love to see what other members in the panel might add. I'll tell you what is happening. 90% of the investments is going towards algorithms and technology. Research is saying the game is wrong. The game is 70-20-10 principle. 10% is the algorithm or the technology. 20% is the infrastructure. 70% is people. Human-centered behaviors. But practically, initially the investment will go towards technology. But the companies who have aced and cracked the AI game have realized that it's actually 70% people and processes. So the game is balance. We'll have to work on our human-centered capabilities. We'll have to work on our process. You can't do a legacy process and paste an AI tool on that. The game is you have to reimagine processes ground up and then leverage it for AI. So all this to say, invest on capabilities which are human-centered capabilities, process reimagination, and technical capability. And that's how curriculums are being revised. That's what even the corporate world is doing, and that's what the education world is also doing. I dare say education world is lagging behind. I dare say there is a little bit of sluggishness and a little bit of not realizing what a big deal this is. Like we want to shake the system up because the world out there is changing and changing dramatically.
With those thoughts, I think we have to conclude the session. Next session is also waiting for to be commenced. I think this is one of the most passionate things that we can discuss in a B school setting. So obviously there would be a lot more things to discuss in this direction, but I hope that you'll find some time outside this formal conversation to engage and develop your own answers and evolve in that process. I think, yes, sir. With these, I'll be handing over for concluding remarks.
Yeah. See what he mentioned, case-based learning. Now, I'm a product of IIM Calcutta. My batchmates of engineering were products of Ahmedabad. Now, Ahmedabad, having Harvard connection, went on case method. IIM Calcutta, having MIT connection, went on basics. Now, in Ahmedabad, if you were a student, their total number of hours per subject is 25. If in 25 hours you have to teach basics, you have to teach cases, not possible. So my batchmates of engineering used to read every day 100 pages in Ahmedabad because they had to go through the cases. To make that successful, what is necessary? First of all, evaluation more than 50% should be on cases. And there should be good teaching associates. When you speak in the class, they should be able to note down so the teacher can finally evaluate that. Second part is that basics will not be discussed in the class. Basics you learn on your own. Now, question is, these are two alternate ways of thinking. Now, if basics you are ready to learn, only real life cases, Johar Shah, director, he used to teach statistics with cases. He told me I had to learn how to teach statistics. But he never taught statistics in that case, only the how somebody applied statistics. But who will tell him what is statistics behind? So there are pluses and minuses of both, okay? It's not that this is the only way one can solve a problem. But then hybrid method that many of us are following, basics, add to that a solution which somebody has done, probably works best in many contexts. Thank you very much.
So I would request for closing remarks from Patro sir as well.
It's a great pleasure to meet Professor Chakravarti, you, Anand, Sumit, and the other participants who were there to this online meeting. Yeah, that's fine, and we'll meet some other time. All the best. You moderated it so well. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, sir, and wish you that you get well soon. Thank you very much for making time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. With these words, thank you very much. Thank you to the audience and thank you to my all panelists. Thank you to the conference organizing committee as well. Thanks indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Insightful and meaningful discussion. With this, we formally conclude panel discussion 9. We'll now move to the felicitation of our distinguished speakers. May I now request Professor Anand to kindly come forward for the felicitation ceremony. First is Professor Binay Bhushan Chakrabarti. Our next panelist is Shri Sumit Harjani. Thank you to all our audience for being such an engaging and thoughtful group. We hope the insights shared today will stay with you beyond the conference. Thank you. One of our panelists has lost his black backpack. If any of you spot, please reach out to us. It's a Samsonite black backpack. If any of you spot this, please reach out to us. Thank you.
I request all the audience to please be seated. We'll start our panel in some time.
Hello. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Hello. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, hello. Yeah, check.
Hello. Hello.
Check the video cable வருது sir. Check the video cable.
Good evening to all the respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, faculty members, and participants. On behalf of IIM Ranchi, it is my honor to welcome you to panel discussion 10, centered on the theme that lies at the heart of India's evolving innovation landscape, entrepreneurship for a better tomorrow. Entrepreneurship today is not only about building organizations, it is about creating solutions, shaping livelihoods, and contributing to a more equitable and progressive future. This session brings together leaders who have been actively contributing to the entrepreneurial ecosystem through education, innovation platforms, global businesses, and community development initiatives. May I request Wing Commander Anthony Anish, Shri Anuj Vishwakarma, Shri Alok Ranjan, Shri Abhishek Midha, and Professor Rajiv Verma to please come on the stage. It is a privilege to introduce our distinguished panelists. Our first panelist is Wing Commander Anthony Anish, whose distinguished career spans 2 decades as a helicopter pilot in the Indian Air Force and later as a project director with DRDO. He went on to join the founding team of MyGate and subsequently played a transformational role at T-Hub as Chief Operating Officer, scaling it into one of the world's largest incubators. He now works with the Asian Development Bank and Gift City to build a global institute for fintech research, innovation, and incubation, and also serves as the board of directors of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India for Startups. Shri Anuj Vishwakarma, Head Higher Education Programs UpGrad, has been leading the online higher education vertical with strategic growth and innovation. He is an MBA from IIM Bangalore with over a decade of experience driving consumer business growth at companies such as Paytm, Ola, and Myntra. With his proven expertise in scaling digital business and educational platforms, he is a key force in shaping India's lifelong learning ecosystem. Our third panelist is Shri Alok Ranjan. Alok Ranjan is the founder of Gao. He is a seasoned entrepreneur and startup builder with over a decade of experience across food tech and fintech. He has led strategic roles at Pine Labs, Hungerbox, Paytm, NDTV, and Microsoft. As the founder of Gao, he scaled the brand to a multi-crore revenues and became a finalist on Shark Tank India. He brings deep expertise in strategic alliances, business expansion, and building ventures from scratch. Our last panelist is Shri Abhishek Midha, founder of Midha Global and QShip Worldwide. Shri Abhishek Midha brings over 13 years of experience in international trade, logistics, and global business operations. His leadership in building scalable ventures and streamlining cross-border commerce has positioned him as a key figure in India's export and supply chain ecosystem. He also plays a strategic role as founding partner at Midha Ventures, advancing investment and growth in execution-intensive industries. Guiding this conversation is our moderator, Professor Rajiv Verma. Professor Verma is an assistant professor of marketing at Indian Institute of Management, Ranchi. Holding a PhD from IIM Indore with over 15 years of experience spanning industry, research, and teaching, he brings deep expertise in marketing, strategy, and startup mentoring. With great honor, I request our esteemed panelists and Professor Verma to kindly begin the session. Thank you.
Hi. So, very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of IIM Ranchi, I welcome all our esteemed panelists for the session on entrepreneurship for a better tomorrow. I welcome all the audience who are staying in this auditorium and are here keen to listen to us. As we all know, this topic is a very important topic with reference to the management education, because when we talk about the graduate outcomes, we talk it in terms of the placeability of the students' placements, or ultimately how they contribute to the economy. So when it comes to the self-sustained businesses, entrepreneurship is one of the key topics, key drivers for sustainability and inclusive growth in India. It is of course important to address challenges such as social challenges, technological disruptions, and evolving aspiration of youth. And the entrepreneurship plays a vital role in terms of addressing these challenges. In today's discussion, we are looking forward to understand that how various ecosystem enablers play a very vital role in terms of providing the opportunity to the youth, how we can leverage education, technology, and innovation for the youth, and then transforming the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the states of the country, how we can promote rural and social entrepreneurship, and how we can talk about more about the purpose-driven and sustainable business model, which is a key for the country to, as we proceed for the Viksit Bharat. So with these backgrounds, we are going ahead. I will go for one-to-one interactions with few of the panelists, and then we'll start with the panel discussion. We'll also try to rope in the audience as we progress into the process. So as we are proceeding into it, I'll start with Wing Commander Anish. As you talked about, Wing Commander Anish is somebody who started his career from Indian Air Force, then moved to startups. Then he was a part of the very efficient ecosystem all over the country, T-Hub, known for multiple reasons, success stories, which revolves around T-Hub. Then now he is the part of the project which is taken by Asian Development Bank, which is primarily about the monitoring of the gift city and the fintech city that is being established over there. So with such a important roles that he has handled and a rich background he's having, Professor Anish, I just want to know more from you that how you see the India's ecosystem evolving in from the past 1 decade, and how it is evolving toward the inclusive and sustainable business models.
Thanks, Professor Rajiv, for that. But so I think if you look at it, there are around 6 odd crores SMEs in India, right? And I would look at SMEs or entrepreneurship in 2 parts, right? One part is that what startups are doing, right? Startup entrepreneurship. And second is the SME entrepreneurship. Startup entrepreneurship is fairly recent. Policy bana 2016 mein, right? And the entrepreneurship in full-fledged started somewhere around 2014, 2012, right? And that's where it started. It is, if you compare that with the startup life cycle itself, it's in very early stages. Abhi product market fit hua hai, validation hua hai. We have about 100 odd unicorns that are there. Around 17 lakh, 18 lakh people are employed in the startup, the entrepreneurship, which has been facilitated by startups, right? So that is where the startups are. Around 1,80,000 startups, 17 lakh people employed, and approximately $120, $130 billion have come in as investment from outside, which has generated this entire impetus. So that is in a very nascent early stage where ideation ho gaya, product market fit ho gaya, and that now will get into the growth phase. And like all startups, a lot of money has been pumped into that ecosystem to get that thing going, right? From the government, from the ecosystem, from venture capitalists, a lot of money has gone in. And like any other startup life cycle, that is probably the validation and the burn phase. Right? काफी सारा you'll find out that today the success rate of any startup is around 97% is what, when I say success, institutional funding coming into startups, right? That is just about around 7% odd. So if you look at a 2 lakh startups as a round figure, just about around 14,000 have raised some kind of institutional funding. And why do I say institutional funding? That is where the fund managers are actually, that is their full-time day job. Angels are actually having a day job somewhere else and investing also on the side. Institutional investing is where serious money starts coming in, they're evaluating startups on frameworks, on their sustainability part, right? So that phase is the early phase which has finished right now. And right now where we are going is, chalo bhai, abhi baki sara ho gaya hai, abhi profitability dikhao, right? So that is where the actual serious money will start coming in now, because we finished the early stage and now people will start changing the metrics in which the entire startup ecosystem will start growing. We'll start focusing on unit economics. धंधे में पैसा है कि नहीं है, अगर पैसा है कि profit है कि नहीं है, right? So the ecosystem will start, or rather has already started moving towards that. One case in point, in 2022, right? The number of unicorns that were created were 45. 41 to 45, depending on who you take. Harun you take or Inc 42 you take. In 2024, that number is only 6. Right? So the money is going only to startups or to businesses or to entrepreneurs who are able to show a validated either road to profitability or profitability. Right? So people have started to get serious now. And I think that is a good thing to happen because that is where sustained employment will start coming in, right? If you're burning and creating opportunities out there, at a certain point of time, you will end up what is happening with the NVIDIA OpenAI ecosystem, where NVIDIA picks up money in OpenAI and then OpenAI picks up GPUs from NVIDIA, right? So that circular thing will start coming, which is creative accounting, creative fundraising, right? But sustainable ecosystem will only happen if the focus is on profitability, focused on a sustained business model which can run for decades, right? And then employment gets created. Otherwise, employment will move from one to the other. You compare that with the SME entrepreneurship. Wahan pe, there are around 6 crore SME entrepreneurs who have created 13 crore employment, right? So that is the ratio that is happening at that end, right? Now, both of them are set to take off. If we are to move from a 3.84 trillion economy to an 8 trillion or 7 trillion economy in the next 6 years or 5 years, then I think both engines have to fire, right? And there will be multiple interventions that will be required from governmental players and non-governmental players, right, to be able to kickstart that. Most SMEs, they get to a particular stage, you know, साल में 1 crore, 2 crore, 3 crore करते हैं और फिर stagnate हो जाते हैं. Why do they stagnate? They don't have processes to scale up. Up to a certain level, you can use an Excel sheet and run your sales funnel. उसके बाद में आपको Salesforce लाना पड़ता है, आपको you have to have some kind of a tool, right? And not all SME players are familiar with adoption of those kind of tools. You have to get into efficiencies. You have to have a sales pipeline going on. You have to run a sales engine with metrics and targets and growth year on year, right? So I think the government is doing a lot in terms of providing the funding that is required to grow to the next stage. CGT MSME, for example, they provide up to 10 crore of loan. You have a lot of working capital loans. Banks are being a little more liberal now. So funding तो आ गया है, लेकिन उस पैसे के साथ sustainable large businesses कैसे बनाएं? Right? I think the impetus has to go into the methodologies of building those large businesses, both in the startup ecosystem and even out of the startup ecosystem, which is the SME ecosystem. Unless we get those processes right? I mean, आप कितना ही IIM बना लोगे? Right? You cannot cater for 6 crore entrepreneurs by just building out academic educational institutions, right? So I think fundamentally a systematic mind change has to happen. You need to have a lot of success stories by SME entrepreneurs out there, right? Publicize them. So they need to get onto the stage for people to emulate, saying that, hey, if some guy can become from an SME to a large enterprise to get listed, the SME listing board on the stock market is a very good initiative, where a lot of recognition starts coming and a lot of capital also starts flowing in from the SME board. I think these are some paths in which both the startup entrepreneurs and the non-startup entrepreneurs can move towards.
As Commander Anish rightly said, when you talk about the entrepreneurship, we generally talk about at two levels. One is the conventional SME-based systems. The other is, of course, the startup-based ecosystem, which is more sparkling in institutions like IIM or any of the B schools, wherein students take a lot of interest into coming up with those solutions, which are market-driven solutions. But at the same time, when you talk about the objectives, it is one of the few major objective comes up as providing solutions, sustainable solutions. It's also about job creation, which is one of the motives behind it. So when you talk about the role of institutions like IIMs or any other education institutions, what do you see that where the role comes into picture? I mean, it's over to again to Commander Anish only. What do you see that how the role comes up?
See, the first part is, I think one role that IIM can play is to facilitate a lot, move the students from a job seeker to a job creator mentality, right? I think that is first thing. And it is easier said than done. It's not very easy, right? When you're sitting with a 25 lakh loan, going out there and you're supposed to be 25, 26, 27, you're supposed to start earning by now, right? It's very difficult for people to move them from that mentality, right? So, but I think that is where the journey will happen. We need larger, to SME wala, micro SME, MSME wala hai, we need to start people to move into large businesses very quickly. And that can happen only if the right processes of entrepreneurship are imparted at institutes like IIM. So while they might not start their entrepreneurship journey right after college, right? But at a certain point of time, 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now, when they believe that they are ready to start an entrepreneurship journey, how can we sort of fill them up with capacity building right now, right? Don't force them into, it's not right to force them into entrepreneurship, and it is likely to not work out for them to start entrepreneurship right now. Get into a job, but when you're getting into a job, ask yourself every day the question that tomorrow if I'm going to have a company, right? If I want to own my own company, right? And I'm going to face this problem, how am I going to solve it? So the 4 years of your jobs over the next 4 years, right, should be a learning journey towards building that venture and an entrepreneurship of yours, right? So academic strength from the IIMs, work experience of 4 to 5 years, finish your financial liabilities, and then you're ready to start your entrepreneurship journey with learnings from both the industry and from the academia.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, you just hit the right point. I think that's one of the major concerns of the students also, that when we are having a lot of loans, and then we had a preset mindset when you enter into a BA school, and sometimes it's a lot of inertia, a lot of peer pressure, a lot of family pressure comes into when you talk about startup to begin with. But at the same time, the exposure a student gets on campus, wherein they learn about various enablers, and one of the enablers which is beyond the role of incubation center could be the venture capitalist funds. So when I talk about venture capitalist funds, today we have our friend with us, and Abhishek Midha is the one who is the founder of Midha Ventures, who is a venture capitalist fund, and it's a very interesting journey Abhishek is having. He's a guy who is self-made guy. So he started his own journey, his own sense. At the age of 17, he was talking about that he tried 4 startups by the age of 17, and the 5th startup he started at the age of 17, and then the journey began for him. And now he's at the stage that he is ready to support other startups. So I just want to know, Abhishek, from you that how we can you collaborate with ventures like yours in the context of BA schools, wherein students in the very early stages of their business can benefit out of the projects like yours.
First, yes. Hi. Thank you so much, sir. I think you gave a good context. Yeah, I started very early. That was actually sometimes it's fortunate only. I was very fortunate to have gone through those times. It gave me a lot of learnings. And by the time I was 17, I think this was the 5th trial that was, we can't call it startup now because, so they were all trials, so short stints, if you may say. So yes, I was lucky enough to stumble upon something which was very, very early. I was first to market in that. It was an e-commerce journey, that too international e-commerce journey back in 2013. So when people were not even doing online in India, I was doing international online. So that was very lucky for me to be there. Uh, as far as the collaboration between us is concerned, I think right now what we are trying to do is give them the ecosystem that my colleague just explained, that with the funds, what we are currently doing is we are giving access to our teams, the accounting teams, the marketing teams, and everything. So we actually not how we are working right now is we give them less funds, not we don't over spend on them, rather we give them the options of having these facilities, having the mentorship included in that, so that they when I was learning all these things, I burnt a lot, I stumbled upon a lot of hurdles. So we try and help them avoiding all these things. It is actually, I think it is much more valuable than money. If they have the access, they have to accounting teams, the marketing teams, and somebody who's looking after them on a maybe weekly basis, helping them set their own path. So even if it's, somebody who's getting out of college right now and gets this kind of mentorship, it is actually much more valuable than just stumbling upon maybe 2-3 crores of money. So they would rather end up burning that money in order to learn all these things. So that's how we are thinking of moving forward now.
So, as a founder of a venture capital fund, when you go for investing in the early stage startups, maybe the students when they start their business and look for the seed funds, maybe, what are the key criteria you look for when you talk about funding those startups?
Personally, I am somebody who never knew any of my businesses at any point of time. Like I'm nobody in my family is from an export background. Nobody in my family is from a logistics background. Nobody is from this startup ecosystem. So I've learned everything myself. And in the time when there was no AI or nothing was there. So what I see now, I see how much the founder is interested in actually working towards his goal, what his mindset is. So I have actually multiple meetings. If I'm interested in somebody, I have multiple meetings with them. I give them a task. Actually, this is the way I work right now. So I give them some kind of task which involves hustling and finding out if all those see the whole reason for them for me to give them these tasks is just to see how willing are they to make their idea successful. I know I have the means now, I have the experience now, but at the end of the day, they are the ones who have to run in the market. They are the one who. So, are they willing to go that path, and do they have that mindset? That is the most important thing for me, because if they're short on some knowledge or some in various sectors, that is what we have right now. We are fortunate to have that. It's the mindset that we see at the moment. Rather than giving them money, I try and see their mindset, if they're passionate about it, and if I feel that the product can work, I am all in with them, personally involved with them.
Yeah, interesting. You rightly said, mindset plays a very important role. When you talk about the classroom courses, its conduction, most of the times it's students' mindset that helps us to shape the sessions. So the same is applicable in your case also, that knowing the mindset and then pursuing that may work for you. And interesting. So from you now we'll move to Mr. Alok Ranjan. Alok ji is the founder of the startup Gaon. We have seen this startup on Shark Tank. So I first saw Alok on Shark Tank 4, season 4, and then I'm excited to know his journey. Somebody who has served in Pine Lab as assistant director over there, then moved to multiple roles in MNCs, then started his own business. Few failed, few worked, and then ultimately we saw him on Shark Tank talking about this very unique concept of startup called as Gaon. It's interesting to know, but more interesting part which I felt in his startup is that a lot of opportunity that he has given to the rural entrepreneurship. Many of those individuals who are still searching for jobs understand that, okay, when you talk about business, it is largely the SME business is where you can open, but no, even a startup can give a mass scale job recruitment, and that is the unique part of his startup. So I just want to know more about how your journeys look, and then we'll discuss more about it.
Thank you, Professor Rajiv, for giving this opportunity, first of all. The moment you said that you have to come to IIM Ranchi, I had started searching about what new I can add, because I have mostly worked around villages. या जो मेरा पूरा का पूरा जो startup है, which is built around villages and this. I'm telling you why I'm saying all of this. And with all due respect to what Commander Anis has said and Sir has also said, since we are talking entrepreneurship here, what I believe why India as a country is not growing at a pace in terms of startup as it should be, because see, अगर आप देखो तो लगभग 6.5 लाख गांव हैं, and major 3 cities stays at the top of funding table. 100% मतलब अगर 100 रुपये फंडिंग जाता है तो around 90% stays in Bangalore, Delhi NCR and Mumbai itself. So you see the gap. So India GDP, if you see, the major contributor is services, while the agriculture become the major job creator, where the funding is going to fintech. This is the major imbalance which we see in the society. And that is what I wanted to tell you here is, see, जब हम गांव बनाने निकले थे तो विजन यही था कि why don't we create something which people of cities should also see कि see, idea ये था कि I have built tech also. I have started doing a company by the name of Booking Arena. I tried to build a company जो गाड़ी. I tried to build Let's Link also. So 3-4 tech company बनाने के बाद पता चला कि doing traditional business in a new way is not that bad. एक myth है कि अगर हम कुछ innovative कर रहे हैं या tech के space में कर रहे हैं तो ही हम बड़ा कर रहे हैं. And this mindset has to change from very beginning. Commander Anis said that कि business school important had to be able to flourish the entrepreneurship. I say with all due respect, हमको लगता है कि उसके बहुत पहले एजुकेशन का आना बहुत ज़रूरी है, because mindset will change when something like this will start from very beginning. मैं तो जब सरकार से मिल रहा हूँ आजकल, जब इसके वजह से लोग मुझे जानने लगे हैं, so when I'm meeting a lot of bureaucrats, what I'm saying that I'm proposing them is that कि क्यों ना जैसे 10th के बाद 10+2 होता है and we read arts, science and commerce, why don't we have entrepreneurship as a mindset from the very beginning? And why can't it be a curriculum? क्योंकि जब तक भी स्कूल में आते हैं, half of our mindset has already shaped, I guess. हम लोग ऑलरेडी डिसाइड कर चुके होते हैं कि हमें जॉब करना है या हमें बिजनेस बनाना है, या हमारे पास ऑलरेडी एक ऐसे लोग होते हैं जिसको हम फॉलो करना शुरू कर देते हैं. सो दैट इज टू मच टू डिले फॉर एनी पर्सन्स टू गो एंड परस्यू एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, एंड दैट इज वेयर आई फील इज़ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. 3-4 चीज़ें हैं जो मैं देखता हूँ कि लैक हो रही है इस पर्टिकुलर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप फॉर बेटर टुमारो के लिए, जो हम भारत की बात कर रहे हैं. सी, फंडिंग कैनॉट स्टे इन बैंगलोर, इट शुड रीच द रियल भारत. 6.5 लाख गांव है, 3 सिटीज़ में अगर 90% दे देंगे, और एग्रीकल्चर आपका मेजर कंट्रीब्यूटर है, तकरीबन 46% वर्कफोर्स कंट्रीब्यूट करता है, एंड इट इज़ द लेस फंडेड एरियाज आई थिंक इंडिया जीडीपी में. हालांकि वो इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूटर नहीं है, बट इट इज़ ऑल्सो समथिंग दैट वी शुड लुक अपॉन. सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग दैट एजुकेशन एंड इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशन शुड हैपन फ्रॉम वेरी वेरी बिगिनिंग, एंड क्योंकि माइंडसेट ज़रूरी है. इंडिया ना हमेशा आउटकम प्रधान देश रहा है. सो जब तक हम आउटकम पे ही अगर सिर्फ देखेंगे ना, तब तक ये माइंडसेट चेंज नहीं होगा. पीपल विल फियर फ्रॉम स्टार्टिंग समथिंग. उनको लगेगा कि मैं हार जाऊंगा, पीपल विल लाफ. जैसे मैं 2 बार हारा, 3 बार हारा, चौथी बार जैसे सर ने बताया कि इनका 5वां अटेम्प्ट है टू डू समथिंग बिग, राइट. आई हैड फेल्ड 4 टाइम टू बी एट दिस स्टेज राइट नाउ. But not many people in the society is like us. I'm telling you, अगर स्टार्ट से अगर हमें बताया जाएगा कि प्रयास को भी उतनी जगह मिलेगी जितना कि जीत को मिलती है, तो people will start attempting it from the very beginning. And when I'm saying with all due respect, बहुत ईमानदारी से बोल रहा हूँ कि अगर 10वीं से या 12वीं से ये पढ़ाई होने लगे, अगर कोई अच्छा करता है एंड गवर्नमेंट विल कम इनटू द पिक्चर विद अ प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और इंस्टीट्यूशन कि हम उसको फंड करेंगे जो अच्छा काम कर रहा है एट वेरी बिगिनिंग एंड विल कीप हैंड होल्डिंग देम टिल द लास्ट एंड। क्योंकि यहाँ पे क्या होता है, बहुत सारा अपॉर्चुनिटी सरकार ने, जैसे आपने बताया ना CGTSME का जो बात बोल रहे हैं, 2013 में भी था ये, जब हम स्टार्ट कर रहे थे। इट इज़ वेरी वेरी टफ टू गेट द फंडिंग बिकॉज बैंक डू नॉट ओबेज दैट, बैंक डू नॉट ऑनर दैट। नाउ द इकोनॉमी इज मच वास्टर, रेवेन्यू बेस्ड फंडिंग हैज एग्जिस्ट, बहुत सारा NBFC आ गया है, नाउ द फंडिंग इज वेरी वेरी ईजी, द गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन इज ऑल्सो सपोर्टिंग, द लॉट ऑफ एक्सीलरेटर आर देयर, इंक्यूबेटर्स बहुत हैं। बट बात यह है कि अवेयरनेस गैप भी तो है ना। अगर CGTSME है या स्टार्टअप बिहार या स्टार्टअप झारखंड कुछ कर रहा है या उत्तर प्रदेश का सरकार कुछ कर रहा है, तो अवेयरनेस गैप है। तकरीबन 26% लोग को ही पता है कि ऐसा कुछ चीज़ एग्जिस्ट करता है। सो व्हाई डोंट वी स्टार्ट समथिंग फ्रॉम वेरी वेरी बिगिनिंग सो दैट कि कोर और माइंडसेट स्ट्रांग हो, और लोग के अलावा जो एंटरप्रेन्योर जो आ रहे हैं, जो फ्यूचरप्रेन्योर हैं, उसके अलावा उनके गार्जियन का भी माइंडसेट हो, चेंज हो, सो दैट इफ ही फेस टुमारो उनको ये ना बोले कि आप दोबारा ये मत करो। इट शुड बी लुक्ड एज alternate career option and very very integral career option is what I think should be done to be to have a better tomorrow for all of us.
Thank you, Alok ji. In fact, when you talked about that changing mindset in the very early stages, you talked about the role of schools, the role of primary education in imparting the knowledge which is primarily being driven by the knowledge of startups, entrepreneurship in the very early stages. That shapes their mind. It's very true also that they can easily identify their path once they are in the school, and then if there's a knack for it, they can just go ahead with that. Interesting. But as we talked about, when you build Gaon as one of your startups, we primarily talked about giving the exposure of rural foods into the tier 1 cities. Your all the outlets are in tier 1 cities. So primarily we are promoting what goes as the food culture of the villages in the urban areas. Primarily that is the idea behind the startup. But when talk about looking beyond this, I mean, it's a very narrow part of it, but beyond this promoting the cultural or food exchange between the rural and urban India, it is beyond about talking more about the generating entrepreneurship, generating a respect towards the tier 3 suburban and rural areas. So how you think that how people perceive the brand and how it comes up, and when talk about mingling the urban and rural divides?
बिल्कुल परसेप्शन की बात है, तो if you guys are up for a story, I'll tell you a story कि कैसे perception build होता है and how we kept Gaon as a name only. So if you are up for the story, and I hope I'm allowed to speak in Hindi a little more because I'm comfortable in Hindi a little more. So जब हम गांव स्टार्ट करे थे, तकरीबन 2016 की बात है, 2017 में आई वॉज वॉकिंग विथ पेटीएम दैट टाइम, लिटिल ऐप करके और नियर बाई करके उनका एक प्लेटफॉर्म है विच आई वॉज शेपिंग, आई वॉज पार्ट ऑफ देयर कोर टीम. सो जब हमने गांव स्टार्ट किया था ना, वी हैड अ डाउट बिकॉज बिहारी और अवधी क्यूजिन एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता था. स्विगी वॉज जस्ट कमिंग फ्रॉम बैंगलोर टू दिल्ली, और बिहारी सर्च करोगे तो आपको कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा. तो एक तो हम रेस्टोरेंट स्टार्ट कर रहे थे विच इज़ अ पैशन ड्रिवन बिजनेस, और दूसरा क्या था कि हम एक कैटेगरी क्रिएट कर रहे थे जिसके बारे में ऑलरेडी एक माइंडसेट बना हुआ है कि ये जो बिहार का खाना है या अवध का जो खाना है वो मोस्टली ठेले पे बिकती है. उसके बारे में अच्छी परसेप्शन नहीं थी. तो परसेप्शन बदलता कैसे है, ये गांव जो है ना हमारे आपकी और बहुत सारे जो लोग हैं ना जो शहर में रह रहे हैं, तकरीबन 63% आबादी अभी भी गांव में रहती है, बट 37% जो शहर में गए हैं ना वो भी यहीं के लोग हैं मोस्टली, जैसे दिल्ली जैसे जगह पे रहते हैं. तो हुआ क्या कि एक दिन एक भैया है हमारे आउटलेट में, और वो काम करके आ रहे थे, किसी कॉर्पोरेट से वो मोस्टली आ रहे थे. तो ही वॉज वेरी वेरी टायर्ड, सो ही केम टू माई आउटलेट एंड सैट देयर. तो जैसे आप नए में कुछ आप स्टार्ट करते हो ना, यू इंटरैक्ट विद देम अलॉट, हर स्टेज पे इंटरैक्ट करते हो कि कुछ गड़बड़ ना हो जाए. उन्होंने बोला कि भैया मुझे लिट्टी चोखा दे दो, थोड़ा चोखा एक्स्ट्रा दे देना. दिस इज़ वेरी क्लासिक स्टोरी आई एम टेलिंग यू, क्योंकि ये मार्केटिंग लेसन भी है इसमें. तो मैंने उनको दे दिया खाना लाके 5 मिनट, एंड वी केप्ट टॉकिंग. उनका नाम मनोज था, एंड आई वाज अज्यूमिंग फ्रॉम उनके वेशभूषा से या जो वो बात कर रहे थे उससे ये लग रहा था कि वो शायद उत्तर प्रदेश या बिहार के हैं. मनोज नाम था उनका. सो द मोमेंट ही टुक हिज फर्स्ट बाइट, वो 10-15 सेकेंड ना उसको चबाते रहे. तो मैंने उनसे पूछा, और ऐसा करते करते उनकी आंख में ना थोड़ा आंसू आ गया. तो मैं डर गया, क्योंकि दिल्ली में ना ये तीखा खाने का बहुत इशू है। हम तो खाते हैं बिहार में, राजस्थान में भी खाते हैं। मैंने बोला कि भैया तीखा हो गया क्या, शुड आई चेंज इट? द मोमेंट जो आगे के 2 वर्ड, जो 3 वर्ड उन्होंने बोले हैं ना, दैट इज गोइंग टू बिकम द गांव प्रिंसिपल विजन फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस। उन्होंने बोला कि भैया ये तो हमारे गांव का खाना है, भैया ये तो माँ के हाथ का खाना है। एंड सेकेंड थिंग व्हाट ही डिड इज ही क्लिक द पिक्चर एंड लाइक ऑल ऑफ अस डू, खाने के पहले फोटो खींच के डालते हैं। उस समय फेसबुक ज़्यादा था इंस्टाग्राम से, तो फेसबुक पे पोस्ट किया। एंड ही इमीडिएटली कॉल्ड हिज मॉम एंड सेड कि मॉम, आपके जैसा, माँ ही उन्होंने बोला होगा, अपने भाषा में बात कर रहे थे कि माँ हमारे गांव जैसा खाना यहाँ भी मिलता, आपके जैसा एकदम टेस्ट हमको शहर में मिल गया। सो यू सी, दिस इज ऑल अबाउट परसेप्शन। हम जब गांव स्टार्ट कर रहे थे तो हमने यही सोचा था कि हम गांव एक ऐसा ब्रांड बनाएंगे जिसको लोग सिर्फ खाएं नहीं बल्कि प्राउडली सेलिब्रेट करें, फ्लॉन्ट करें। बिकॉज आई वॉज वेरी वेरी एकदम सैड हो गया था जब मैं फूड कोर्ट में जाता था एंड आई सी पीपल ईट मोती महल डिलक्स, सी पीपल ईट अपना भारत का खाना एंड फ्लॉन्ट स्टारबक्स का कॉफ़ी। यहाँ पे हुआ क्या था, द मोमेंट ही एंटर्ड, 2 चीज़ें हो गई थी। और एक लास्ट लाइन उन्होंने बोली कि भैया 7 साल हो गया हम घर नहीं गए हैं और आपने तो हमारे गांव जैसा खाना खिला दिया। आप याद करना, 3 चीज़ें उन्होंने बोली है कि ये माँ का हाथ का खाना, गांव का याद दिला दिया आपने। और एक उन्होंने एक भी लाइन बोली कि आपने इसमें देसी घी का स्वाद डाला। आप देखोगे हमारे पैकेजिंग में ये तीनों लाइन हमारी मेन प्रिंसिपल है, क्योंकि हम वहीं लेके आते हैं। उन्होंने फोटो क्लिक की, यानी कि उनको शर्म नहीं लगा गाँव के खाने को खाते हुए और उसको पोस्ट करते हुए। ही वॉज हैप्पी पोस्टिंग गाँव। सेकेंड, ही कॉल्ड हिज मॉम एंड इमीडिएटली कनेक्टेड। 7 साल से वो घर नहीं गया था, ही वेंट बैक टू द मेमोरी लेन। यानी कि हमारा यही मोटिव था कि जब कोई शहर में बंदा थका हुआ आए तो जब हमारे आउटलेट में एंटर करे तो उसको गांव की फील आ जानी चाहिए। और तीसरी बात उन्होंने ये की कि उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाना उनको किस रूट से कनेक्ट करता है। एंड ही टोल्ड मी कि मैं जाऊंगा, ये फोटो दिखाऊंगा अपने भाई को, तो एक मार्केटिंग पर्पस सॉल्व हुआ। तो परसेप्शन ऐसे गांव का चेंज हुआ मोस्टली, और यही विजन था गांव को स्टार्ट करने के पीछे। एंड वन थिंग पीपल आस्क कि आप बिहार, गांव, देश करते हो, आपने स्टार्ट किया आपने दिल्ली से, मुश्किल है, हमारे पास वो सुविधा नहीं थी। कैसे? सर ने बोला कि स्टार्टअप अभी तो फ्लरिश हो रहा है, 2016-17 में तो स्टार्टअप बना, तकरीबन 1,60,000 स्टार्टअप है, उसमें से 51% हमारे टियर 2, टियर 3 और विलेजेस से ही आते हैं। तो जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था, वी वर नॉट हैविंग एनी सपोर्ट फ्रॉम दिस स्टेट पर्टिकुलरली, सो वी हैड टू स्टार्ट इट फ्रॉम शहर। लेकिन हमारा विजन था कि गाँव को हर शहर लेके जाए, लेकिन गाँव में भी आएगा। दिस वॉज द आइडिया वी स्टार्टिंग गाँव।
Excellent, Alok. Thanks for sharing this story, because generally when talk about startups, we think about fancy terms, we talk about the limelight, but the story that makes that startup generally remains unknown, and that's where when talking stories that make startups, it's very engaging. It gives very powerful insights for all, like all the students as well as who are into this profession of education. Now coming to from Alok ji to Mr. Anuj. Anuj heads business vertical of higher education programs at Upgrad. Now talking about Upgrad, we all know the brand. It's again a startup by Shri Ronnie Viskruvalla ji, who was here yesterday. And excellent startup, now serving 200 plus countries. So a company which is started in India way back 10 to 12 years back, and now it's a multinational startup, not multinational company per se. So when you talk about startups, one side we have just now seen from Alok ji talking about a startup which is bringing in the concept of rural food into the urban cuisine. At the same time, we're talking about a startup which is homegrown startup of the country, now going multinational. So when you say any organization, say startup or SME, they all aspire to be global in nature. But yeah, at the same time, you require different capabilities when you talk about those startups to bring in. From Anuj, I would like to more hear about the story of Upgrad and how we can talk about and take these startups like Upgrad in the actual real mission of Viksit Bharat.
Thanks, Rajiv, and very, very interesting views from Abhishek, Alok, and Anish so far. I think I'll just maybe take a little bit step back, right? Because I am graduate myself, and I graduated around 2011. And back then, I think, like it happens at most of these leading institutes, there is a placement cycle where all the top companies come on the day zero, and then I think the other companies which are least sought after, I think they come at the last day, or they don't even get a slot. And I still remember at IIM Bangalore, I think back then, I think there were all of these big companies like McKinsey and all came, and they took most of the talent. And you know, I think the last company to come in was Flipkart, right? Because they were given the slot at the last. I think, and over the last few years, one of the biggest things which the entire companies like Flipkart, Paytm, even Zomato or whatever has changed is that there's a lot of acceptance around entrepreneurship which has come into this country. There's a lot of acceptance around failure also which has come into this this country, right? So because around 10, 12 years back, I think even people like us used to be kind of little bit kind of skeptical whether I want to join a new company, or you don't know whether they will be able to pay the next month's salary, how much time they have in the market, and so on. But all of those things are past, right? But when I look at overall the new education system which is evolving today, like every institute, not only the IIMs, but even the startups and even the edtech startups, and every university college today is talking about a course like a family business, quote unquote. It's slightly controversial. And then there is a course like entrepreneurship, which everyone wants to do today. And I think, unfortunately, I think we need to take a step back and see whether we are doing a real reality check or not, right? Because one needs to understand, for every one startup which succeeds, there are about 1,000 which just get closed down. Like what the wing commander mentioned, right? Out of 2 lakh startups, only 14,000 have ended up getting some real capital. See, what that really means is that I think we need not, as a nation, end up going down a path where basically we end up, let's say, creating a new stream of, let's say, entrepreneur courses or entrepreneur BA in entrepreneurship, BTech in entrepreneurship, like the way we did with MBA and engineering. I think, see, the biggest important thing is that entrepreneur, whoever wants to walk down that path, he needs to really understand that there will be months or years in his existence where he will have to go without salary, but yet ensure that his team gets the salary month after month. I think he will have to kind of go out there in the market and make deliveries to the end customers. And it's just really about making your hands dirty, challenging the system consistently, and it really takes a lot of wherewithal, right? What it means is that sorry, the entrepreneur, the real entrepreneur has to be really a passionate individual, right? Who basically is a first principle problem solver, and therefore he kind of succeeds. And he has to understand the flow of the money very, very well, right? Because we have to really ensure that as an education system, we don't really end up making entrepreneurship really, really big, I think, business for us and make it glamorous. But at the end of the day, we need to really ensure that, like what Alok was also mentioning, people understand the flow of the money. And it's maybe not the real thing that it has to be taught in the college or the IIM. It has to start much before the financial education, right? I think, I don't know for what reason, we are still kind of, if you look at our NCERT syllabus and all, like my kids are young kids, they're still studying, I think, civics, geography and all. And in this day and age where a lot of those things are easily answered by Chat GPT and Gemini and so on and so forth. So, but still, I think when we look back, I think the school kids, or even I think in engineering, right, we are not being taught about financial literacy, like how can you really make money. So I think the biggest part which we need to really understand here is that, look, entrepreneurship is really there to be taken, and this country, this nation needs to get it. But there are certain rules of the game. I think the first one is being, I think, financially literate. I think people need to really understand the flow of the money. The second one is, I think the institutes like the IIMs primarily, I think they need to kind of really kind of groom their students right. By what I mean by that is that you really need to identify the opportunity right, and you need to avoid the rat race and the pitfalls. Today, if you talk anyone, he'll say, oh, actually, I'm doing this in AI. I'm an AI native company. I'm doing this and all. But actually, like I think maybe what Alok identified, a grassroots opportunity with Gaon and bringing that thing to life, and maybe I think I was speaking to Abhishek also sometime back, even a 5 crore business with 1 crore bottom line is a great business, right? Today, if you see, there are a lot of interesting things which are happening outside of AI and tech also. There is a company called J Aerospace based out of Hyderabad. I think they are one of the largest aircraft component manufacturers, right? And that has been built over the last 4 or 5 years post COVID, and that's the real opportunity for us. They are supplying components to Airbus, Boeing, and so on. So I think the real proof of the pudding, I think, which the schools like IIMs have to get to, is to really get to a pace where we are able to kind of identify the students right, identify the right entrepreneurs, and we are also able to groom them. I think that's the most important part, where we need to really help students will learn a framework which helps them identify the opportunities right, and then run after those opportunities. There's certain things which I think which basically we have started doing at Upgrad in terms of getting the education right, or basically, but I think it's still very little, I would say. We've started giving some real life projects as a part of every online course which we are doing. We are basically having a lot of industry interactions which are doing. But right now, I think we need to, all of us, I think in the education system, need to understand two things, right? First is that everyone can't be an entrepreneur. What that means is that I think the new age companies like the Zomatos, the Swiggies, and even Paytms, which would be maybe 10 years hence, maybe the leading companies, maybe of the size of HDFC and all, they require a totally different kind of talent pool. Today, basically a unidimensional person, which is like a marketing expert, or which is, let's say, just a finance expert, those kind of jobs will maybe no longer be the future of jobs. I think people will need to be known for at least 2-3 skills. They need to be excellent problem solvers. So which is where we are basically investing in kind of getting a lot of industry relevant skills. We are basically kind of training people into the skills of the future. So that's one thing which we started doing. The other one, I think, which is very interesting is, I think some of the institutes have started courses which basically really have a proper entrepreneurship flavor into it, right? Which is where basically a student goes through a proper Shark Tank kind of exercise, or some exercise which ends up giving him the reality check. So I think we need to really kind of, as a group, we need to kind of get to a stage where basically we are able to kind of identify that what are those skills of the future which these companies are going to need, and what one is going to need to make these startups successful. Because the responsibility of the education institute is not to just, by the way, produce entrepreneurs, because I think there are enough and more examples around us globally where actually school dropouts, college dropouts have been the most successful entrepreneurs. So I think the biggest job, I think, which we have is to produce the right kind of talent which will fuel those 200K startups, or which will fuel those 14,000 startups, and will take Bharat to the world. And I say Bharat to the world is because I just really mean it, that it's just not about taking like those 4-5 cities to the world. It's about taking the entire India to the world. And I think that is the responsibility with the education ecosystem has to play, that how do we ensure that we identify the right kind of people and groom them and provide them the right platform to being an entrepreneur. At the same time, we are able to kind of also identify skills of the future, right? The skills of the future could be, I think, drone technology, or basically into aerospace. And we really start developing the talent pool, because talent unavailability is one of the biggest reasons most of the startups fail. It's not about funding. It's not about the intent of the founder. It's just about most of the times our inability to get the right talent.
So thank you, Anuj. You talked about two interesting points. One was, of course, the early sensitization of the entrepreneurial topics in their schooling. Could be the financial management to start with, or early exposure of the concepts of entrepreneurship that comes in very handy. Maybe it goes to the level of the prototype development or concept testing at the early stages, wherein students can take a much larger interest into those, going beyond the conventional science projects and talking about their own innovativeness into their, of the creativity that they have into their projects, as well as the products that they want to offer. And the other thing is, you are rightly talked about, everybody cannot be an entrepreneur. So that is very true. We also map the competency of various students when they come to when they come for entrepreneurship, and the skill set mapping is a very important exercise when you talk about their intentions to become entrepreneurs. So that's one thing which we also promote. Now, in the first part of this discussion, we talked about with the enablers, like Commander Anish talked about the role of incubation centers in inculcating the entrepreneurship. We talked about how entrepreneurship with respect to startups is different from the conventional code that we talk about, the SME-based entrepreneurships. However, both are equally important. When talked about with Mr. Abhishek, we talked about in terms of the venture, how venture capitalist funds can support the upcoming buddy startups. What are the bank linkages issues which generally being faced by startups, and how these funds can take away all those issues and can support these budding startups. But going forward, we have heard from Mr. Alok Ranjan talking about that how we can actually talk inclusivity in the startups, wherein it's not only about having that fancy names in the startup, in the name of the startups, which looks in terms of those tech-based startups. There are multiple startups which may not look very fancy to start with, but yeah, the type of contributions they do in terms of generating employment, bringing in the ideology, inculcating culture of startups, as well as inclusivity in terms of the culture exchanges, that makes a more sense in terms of the contributions. And of course, the startups like the large unicorns which you talk about are the one which surely had the multinational perspective, that they showcase the potential in the country to the world. So this is how we talk about the first part, how we can shape the future with the help of the entrepreneurial mindsets. Before we go for the next part of this interaction, I would like to take some few questions from the audience. So is there any audience questions we would like to have? Yeah. You may kindly direct the question to the respective panelist.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. So my name is Atulya Lal. I'm from MBA second year. My question is derived from Anish sir and what Anuj sir said. So sir, you said that as a student from MBA, going forward, we should firstly join the corporate, learn, and then start the entrepreneurship journey. And as you said that entrepreneurs need right talents in their companies. So my question is, as an MBA student who is currently looking forward to joining corporate, should we consider startups as a good option?
I think if you are already kind of made up your mind that you are looking to join corporate, you should go for it. And then I think you should take the path with Anish said, right? Because being an entrepreneur, I think it takes a lot of toll from you. So it's just, I think you have to be kind of be ready mentally that you want to really go for it. Because I think if you've already chosen that path, then the right path would be to go there, pick up the experience in the startup sector, ideally in the startup sector, and then go for your venture.
So I think first you need to understand what is the differences between working for a corporate and working vis-a-vis working for a startup, right? So when you get into an entry-level job as a corporate, right? Okay, so let me just take a step back. There are three levels of employees in a corporate, right? The first level are the executors, which means they get a process, they get a procedure, they get a job profile, and they're supposed to do that. Akal mat lagao, kaam karte raho, jo SOP diya hua aapko, right? Those are the executors. Then they are the solution finders, right? So after you finish 2 or 3 years of executors, you've seen multiple use cases, right? And you know what is the problem, what is the solution, ऐसे क्या होता है, और SOP आपको रट जाता है, right? Then if you are a high potential candidate, you move to the manager level or an assistant manager level or senior manager, where you are a problem solver. Somebody high above says, यार ये टूटने वाला है, ये problem आने वाला है, इसको solve करो, इसका SOP बनाओ, और नीचे executor से काम करवाओ, right? That is the second layer that you get to. Now you are a solver. The higher guys are the visionaries, right? उसको प्रॉब्लम दिखता है, भाई ऐसे चलते रहा तो यहाँ पे टूटने वाला है, right? Those are the highest paid guys, right? Where you have so much experience in not only doing the process, finding solutions that you're able to foresee the problems which are going to come. Those are the most highly paid guys, right? Because they are visionaries. उनको future दिखता है, जितना अपना future दिखता है उतना आपका pay package ज़्यादा होगा. Simple सा situation है, right? So now if you join a corporate, now there'll be so many of you who will be executors, some of them will be solvers, and some of them will be visionaries. Very few of them on the top of that pyramid will be the visionaries, right? And you have to climb up that ladder, right, for you to get there, right? Vis-a-vis in a startup, right, all of the roles, which is all of your 4 pillars of a corporate, like which is your sales, which is your operations, which is your product, and which is shared services, right? All of this is done by 5 to 10 people, right? सारे कमरे में बैठते हो, सेल्स भी चल रहा है, ऑपरेशंस भी चल रहा है, मार्केटिंग भी चल रहा है, ब्रांडिंग भी चल रहा है, HR भी चल रहा है, हायरिंग भी चल रहा है, प्रोडक्ट भी बन रहा है वहीं पे, गाली खा रहे हो कस्टमर से वहीं पे, सब कुछ उसी कमरे में हो रहा है, राइट? सो इफ यू आर डाउन द लाइन looking to become an entrepreneur, right, then getting into a startup makes sense for you because you are exposed to all the verticals that are required to be learned to become an entrepreneur yourself at a later point of time. तो 4 साल उसमें घिसो, पैसा ज्यादा नहीं मिलेगा आपको, right? But you will get learnings from all of these to get there. If you are looking to climb up the corporate ladder, literally or figuratively, right, then first you learn about sales, फिर कहीं कहीं आपको hiring करोगे आप, because of hiring manager बन जाओगे कहीं पे, HR आप end to end फिर भी नहीं कर रहे हो आप, right? Employee engagement, firing and all of that you're still not doing. At a certain level you become a manager, वहाँ पे आपके पास 4 लोग आ जाते हैं, right? And then it takes a lot of time to get insights into the additional verticals of that corporate, right? आप ऊपर जाके जब पहुँचते हो, बाकी CXOs levels में पहुँचते हो, director level पे पहुँचते हो, तब जाके आपको opportunity मिलता है सीखने का about other verticals, right? Hence your starting up of your entrepreneurship journey gets delayed by so much. It is not right for you to start up till you know all of that part, right? Now, so it depends on which path that you want to go 5 years from now. You should make your choice depending on that. Corporate, steady, growth मिलेगा, performance करोगे तो चलेगा, right? Unsteady, lot of learnings, you don't know if you'll be in a job or out of a job in the year later, fair enough. But when you finish 2 years of a job here, and you sit in an interview here, ना, लोग आपको अलग तरह के देखेंगे, right? क्योंकि when you are given a case study, right, your solution is very holistic. You are going to take operational costs, you are going to take sales costs, you are going to take HR costs, you are going to take HR का इतना fallout होता है, इतना casualty होता है, वो सब निकाल के आप solution बनाओगे, right? तो you will be talking almost at a peer level with the guy who's interviewing you, right? Because वो तो manager है ना, वो होता है बस, ये तो मतलब. So these are the pros and cons of choosing either of the channel. When we were hiring for MyGate, whether I'm talking about 2017, 2018, we used to give the joining letter, right? घर जाके parents used to say join मत कर. And they used to come back and say no, we don't want to join. Because there was so much of uncertainty, people didn't know about startups, there was nothing there. 2016 में तो कुछ भी नहीं था, right? Now there is still a lot of acceptance from the family कि startup जा रहा है तो चलो भाई सीखने के लिए जा रहा है, कुछ ना कुछ तो मिलेगा, right? So I think these are the key points that you should keep in mind when you're choosing a corporate or when you're choosing a startup. Have I answered?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, any other question? Yeah, back.
Hello, I am Prashant Jha. I have question to any of the panelists can answer it, Rajiv ji. And अगर अभिषेक जी आप आंसर करते हैं तो see आज के डेट में if we talk about entrepreneurship हम लोग देखते हैं young लोग आए मान लीजिए कोई ऐसा आदमी आता है 45-50 का, इट इज़ नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ हिज मिड लाइफ क्राइसिस, प्लीज कीप दिस इन माइंड। उसको आप एज ए इन्वेस्टर कैसे देखेंगे, और आप अगर उससे बात करते हैं तो कैसे देखेंगे? इसका एक आंसर प्लीज।
Hello. Thank you, sir. In fact, abhi, like just 10 दिन पहले, I was invited to a Shark Tank like event where I was an investor, and I came across the same situation जो आपने जब भी बताया, same exact two fellow 50 plus, both of them 50 plus. They're working, वो किसी बैंक के साथ में they're building some tech जो banks के लिए वो बना रहे हैं. So I was surprised कि both of them वो 50 plus हैं and उन लोगों ने उस ecosystem में काम किया है. Now they've at this age they have taken a leap of faith and they've starting their like खुद का उन्होंने start करके, और वो उस ecosystem में आए. It was a 3-day event जहाँ पे सब youngsters है, like सब 22 साल 23 साल 20 साल की एज वाले हैं. Only 2 fellows. So first of all मैं salute करता हूँ इस चीज को कि वो सोशल स्टिग्मा और इन सब चीज से निकल के सबसे पहले तो उन्होंने वो एक्शन लिया. सो दैट इज समथिंग विच इज वेरी करेजियस. तो आई रिस्पेक्ट इट एज एन इन्वेस्टर, एज अ पर्सन ऑल्सो. आई रिस्पेक्टेड कि इस बंदे ने इस स्टेज पे आके रिस्क लिया. अब नाउ डिपेंड्स सेकेंडरी कि वो अपने प्रोडक्ट को कितने अच्छे से जानता है. इट इज ए प्लस फॉर मी कि अगर वो इतने साल के एक्सपीरियंस के साथ में आ रहा है तो वो अपने प्रोडक्ट को तो जानता ही होगा. सो दिस आई पर्सनली सी it as a experience plus somebody who is willing to go beyond now. क्योंकि अब वो जब इंडिया जैसी इकोसिस्टम में जहाँ पे हम लोग स्पेसिफिकली इस एज ग्रुप को तो ऐसा देखते हैं, बोले यार मतलब अभी 25 साल में भी जो चीज का हल्का फुल्का एक्सेप्टेंस आ रहा है वो 50 इयर्स में कर रहे हैं. सो दैट इज वेरी वेरी आई सैल्यूट इट, और उस चीज को मैं बहुत पॉजिटिव वे में लेता हूँ. अभी 10 दिन पहले एक एक्सपीरियंस आया और आपने मेरे से क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया. सो आई एम सो हैप्पी टू शेयर इट कि आई एम वेरी ओपन टू पीपल हु आर विलिंग टू. दिस इज अ साइन ऑफ समबडी जो कि जाएगा लंबा, कि उसके पास अब कुछ नहीं है, क्योंकि उसके आसपास वाले उसको बोल रहे हैं. द रियलिटी इज उसकी फैमिली भी उसको बोल रही है. पीपल आर टॉकिंग बिहाइंड हिम. उसको पता है. दिस इज द रियलिटी ऑफ इंडियन हाउसहोल्ड्स. सबको पता होता है कि क्या हो रहा है पीछे, एंड पीपल कीप टॉकिंग अबाउट इट. पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं, पता नहीं ये कर रहा है, क्या है, जॉब छोड़ दी है, अभी नौकरी भी नहीं है, पैसा नहीं कमा रहे हैं. ये रियलिटी है. अगर उसको फेस करते हुए कोई आया है तो उसके लिए फिर दूसरा ऑप्शन ही नहीं है. तो वो बहुत एक पॉजिटिव चीज है. उसको पॉजिटिव लेते हुए उनके प्रोडक्ट में अगर इट इज इफ इट इज समथिंग व्हिच आई कैन हेल्प देम विद, आई एम ऑल इन फॉर इट. मैं तो ऐसे लोगों के साथ जरूर काम करता हूँ.
सर आपको एक पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस देता हूँ. व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड माई गेट, राइट, अभी मैं 50 का हूँ. दैट टाइम वन फाउंडर वाज 46, वन वाज 42 एंड 2 वर 40 इयर्स ऑफ एज, राइट. और हमने मिला के माई गेट बनाया. वी रेज सब्सिक्वेंटली almost 80 to 100 million dollars is what we've raised in funding over the last so many years, right? So उससे फायदे pros हैं और cons हैं, right? Pros are, one, you got work experience. So when 5 people of that work experience are there was 100 years of experience on the table, right? तो almost सारे situations आपने देख रखे हैं, right? और आपको पता है कि best corporate governance और best corporate management के हिसाब से इन problems को कैसे solve किया जाए, कैसे approach किया जाए, right? So that experience is there with you. सेकेंड चीज है आपकी नेटवर्क. आपने 20-25 साल का जो आपका नेटवर्क है, राइट, हर जगह पे आपको कोई ना कोई मिल ही जाएगा आपको. स्पेशली जब 4 लोग हैं, 100 इयर्स एक्सपीरियंस है, तो आपको बंदा मिल ही जाएगा आपको. सो दीज आर द टू. थर्ड थिंग इज आपके पास एक किटी है बूटस्ट्रैप करने के लिए, राइट, विदाउट अफेक्टिंग योर फैमिली. इफ यू आर टू अर्ली, यू डोंट हैव अ किटी विथ यू ऑफ बूटस्ट्रैप फंडिंग के लिए. आपको फैमिली फ्रेंड से लेना पड़ता है, और फैमिली फ्रेंड्स आपको पैसे देते हैं क्योंकि आपसे वो प्यार करते हैं, इसलिए नहीं कि आपका प्रोडक्ट अच्छा है ना. तो आफ्टर सम टाइम दैट मनी विल रन आउट. बट इफ यू आर इन योर 40s 50s, यू हैव लाइक एन अमाउंट व्हिच यू हैव केप्ट असाइड एंड सेड बॉस ये मेरा इन्वेस्टमेंट बूटस्ट्रैप मनी है, राइट. सो आप काफी हद तक आप सॉर्टेड हो. तो कॉन्स ये है कि नाउ एम आई थर्ड पार्ट इज दैट आप डोमेन एक्सपर्टीज होती है आपके पास. लाइक ये सही बता रहे थे, बैंकिंग डोमेन से हैं, वो वही करेगा जो उसको आता है और 25 साल से लगा हुआ है वो, राइट. और उसको पता है कि ये गैप है, इसको फिल करना है, इस पे धंधा बिठाऊंगा मैं, राइट. आई एम सॉरी ज्यादा हिंदी हो गया है, तो हिंदी धंधे का लैंग्वेज है, सो So वो आपके pros. Cons होता है two things. One is he dynamic enough to change? कि today many science graduates half life होता है, right? The half life of technology today is 6 months. 6 months your technology or your process or your product is going to be half as relevant. 12 months 1/4. 18 months में 1/8, which means you're going to be irrelevant. मतलब आप फर्स्ट ईयर शुरू, सेकेंड ईयर शुरू करोगे, सेकेंड ईयर खत्म करोगे, आपकी जो रेलेवेंस होगी 1/4 होगी आपकी. Right? Now, will the person at that point of time, does he have a mindset to evolve himself so rapidly? That is the first con that he has, right? Second, I don't know if it's a pro or a con. He's very conventional in his approach. धंधा बिटाना है, प्रॉफिट करना है, ज्यादा खर्च नहीं करना है, फ्रुगैलिटी दिखानी है, मतलब वो पुरानी जमाने वाली सोच रहती है. प्रो भी हो सकता है, कभी कभी कॉन भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि एग्रेसिव नहीं हो पाता है बंदा. सो आई थिंक ओवरऑल इट वर्क फॉर अस. I think it is a better place to be in than when you're too early in life and you don't have the experience. Finally, first 3 startups आपके fail होंगे, गारंटी है. हमारा भी चौथा था, right? 3 तो पैसे तो लुटेंगे ही, मतलब जाना ही है वो आपका कॉलेज फीस समझो स्टार्टअप करने के, मतलब आप यहाँ पे 20 लाख डाल रहे हो, वहां पे आप 20 लाख डालोगे, उतना ही बात है, right? But every time you fail, you learn those 3 or 4 things that you don't have to do. तो पहले बार 10 चीजें करोगे, आपको पता है ये 4 नहीं गया, अगले बार you know what 6 things, 7 things to get right. The third times you know what 8 things out of 10 to get right, right? And hence the fourth becomes, the probability keeps increasing with every failure, provided you learn from every failure.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions now? So as we are discussing more about how, how society perceives such intentions of coming up with the startups, and there are so many pressures apart from the risk that you're taking in your own organization, I think it's the right time to also discuss about, and toward the wrapping of this session, to discuss that how we can bring out entrepreneurship from the classrooms. Because largely when we talk about the courses and teaching of the courses, it goes within the classroom atmosphere. In the previous session, we also looked into that how, various case methods, various methods with simulations, which could be role plays, are coming up. But when you talk about entrepreneurship, I mean, these methods will be just fulfilling the basic requirements, because more or less, it's more about the practical that you do over there, and how into it, how institutions like us can play an important role. So based out of your own experiences, it goes to Anish, because you handled the specific role at T-Hub. It's one of the world's largest incubators. How we as an institution can take a step forward to bring a ecosystem of entrepreneurship at our institution?
So I think one thing, this is from a personal experience of IIT Hyderabad, something that we are engaging with them, right? So anybody who is from the institution, if they have a good idea which gets validated, they have a process of validation, they get 8 lakh to start the startup, right? 8 lakh आपको मिलता है, startup करो आप. Organization देता है. I mean, the IIT Hyderabad gives it to them. And if it reaches beyond a particular stage, it reaches at least a prototype stage, they get another sum of money, right? So, like I said, the first 2 or 3 are going to fail, right? It is better that it happens in a controlled environment within an institution. So I think that is something that every institution should try and follow. I mean, how can let's keep a fund aside, let's say, how can I fund? And this is not the fund that the institution get. It can get it from Government of India also. There are a lot of schemes which fund this, right? Up to 10 lakhs, I think you can fund, and 25 lakhs as an institution gets for each of it. Right? So I think that process of giving the money in the student's hand, right? Let him work on it, right? If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, right? सीख तो लेता है आपको, क्या नहीं करना है, right? Most of us, you will always hear a lot of theoretical knowledge in classes on what to do, right? Nobody tells you what not to do, which is probably the most important part. कि मेरे को what should I avoid, what should I not do, right? Single founder लगे रहते हैं. Single founder very challenging, right? Especially when you're 21 years of age, investor सोचेगा, please correct me if I'm wrong, कि भाई कल उठ के बोलेगा Gen Z पे मेरे को नहीं करना ये, मेरे तो पैसे डूब गए ना, right? तो single, तो it's a no-go. 3 doctors trying to build a HR product, it's a no-go भाई, right? तो 3 doctors मिलके एक HR product बना रहे हैं, ना आपको domain experience है, ना आपने कभी product बनाया है, ना डॉक्टर ने कभी कुछ जिंदगी में कुछ बेचा नहीं है. सारे क्लाइंट तो सारे पेशेंट उसके पास आते हैं ना, जिंदगी में कुछ बेचा नहीं है. तो प्रोडक्ट कौन बनाएगा, सेल्स कौन करेगा, डोमेन नॉलेज कहां से लाओगे आप, right? So these are the things that typically you should not do. Maybe I could probably do a session separately on that, of course, but these checkpoints are something that they should be learning at the institution level. Your courses on institution on entrepreneurs should be having all of these don't do wale aspects as well, right? And help them to start first. Don't expect them to put their own money because they're already under a 25 lakh student loan. Give them the 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, कुछ भी करो, उसको जलाओ, right? And tell them कि भाई ठीक है, जल गया, burn हो गया, मिट गया, कोई बात नहीं, सीखा है कि नहीं कुछ सीखा है, right? I think those will be the two big aspects that we need, what not to do, and put money in their hands. Let them make that balance sheet, let them make that profit loss statement, let them handle cash flow, धंधा बनाने दो उसको, यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स सीखने दो उसको, ऑन गए. केस स्टडीज तो हम लोग बोल रहे हैं कि भाई हम किसी और के गलतियों से, किसी और के केस से हम सीखेंगे. मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ पैसे तो इसको केस कुछ बनाने हो अपना, खुद अपना केस स्टडी करना होता ना उसको. व्हाट बेटर वे टू लर्न. बाकी सब तो सीखने का आपको चैट जीपीटी मिल जाएगा, उसकी जरूरत नहीं है.
Just to add this, like we said that all of 3-4 people staying at this stage currently sitting here, we failed 3-4 times. And since we are talking about education and how we inbuild something like that in terms of education, what we think can be best suited here is that we should start teaching the failure more than the success, and that may, I think, can decrease the failure cycle that we are talking कि हम 4 बार fail हो रहे हैं, 3 बार fail हो रहे हैं. So the moment we realize that failure is as important as winning the race or winning the entrepreneurship or any field for that matter, we are started to learn from the failures, to be honest. तो अगर मैं 3 बार fail हुआ हूँ, आज मैं अगर Shark Tank नहीं आता, so I might not be here at this stage sitting talking to you, all of you. So if I started, I am telling you, Gaon is not better as what I have done in last 3 startups that I started. And I'm telling you with all the belief, the Gaon was just a backup to start a company, Let's Link, which has not even started. It is so big. We wanted to start world first education networking site. And out of fear, we could not start a tech platform because we failed twice earlier. So just, if we start recognizing failure, and कोई होता जो इस failure को पढ़ाता है what mistake I have made, so maybe out of all the 10 mistakes I made, the future entrepreneurs or futurepreneurs would at least pick up 2-3 and decrease the cycle of 3 failure to 2 failure or maybe 1 failure or even no failure at all. ठीक है? So that way we'll be able to help it out. So case study, of course, practical तो होता ही है. Of course, every college comes up with e-cell nowadays and have grant also to provide to their students. That is important. But we have to accept the failures and we have to start teaching and building those things into the studies so that all the future entrepreneurs not only learn from them, they should, because not all of us born with a risk taking ability. तो जब वो fear जाएगा ना, जब इंडिया में जब वो risk taking ability अगर कम है, not, so when people ask me if entrepreneurs are born or made, I say कि बन भी सकता है, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. रिस्क टेकिंग एबिलिटी पहले होता है. ऑल ऑफ अस आर एंटरप्रेन्योर इन एनी वे. हम हमेशा से प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर थे. इन ऑल ऑफ आवर लाइफ वी आर सॉल्विंग प्रॉब्लम्स. इट इज जस्ट द माइंडसेट एंड इट इज जस्ट द सोसाइटी रियलाइजेशन कि ये फेल हो सकता है ना, ये एक्सेप्टेड है. तब दे विल स्टार्ट टेकिंग रिस्क, और फेलियर से वो सीख के दे कैन डिक्रीज द साइकिल एज वेल.
Yeah, true. Any thoughts from your Abhishek on this? How to support the institutional ecosystem first, entrepreneurship?
What I feel is, कि when we're talking about big terminologies, students, they are usually not very much aware of the ecosystem, of the markets. They have not stepped out in the real world yet. They're just in the institutions. So the basics, what I feel is, to make them comfortable with the ecosystem, institutions can have like some kind of their own incubation program, so they can partner with some incubators where they can get access to the basic terminologies of all the departments, like from a very, without any big terminologies. Let's say accounting में GST कैसे होता है, ये होता है वो, every month if they have any questions, see there are just 4-5 important pillars of running a business, So if you can have, give them access to them where they can just go and ask a very silly questions without, without feeling self-conscious. So that's the best thing I feel which an institution can do, कि कोई शर्म नहीं है भाई, कुछ भी नहीं आता पूछ ले जाके सीधा सीधा, वो पढ़ा है ऑप्शन, असली धंधा कैसे सिखाना है वो वहां पे है उधर से. When you have that access, when वो धीरे 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 धीरे, if you have that interaction, maybe in year, maybe the programs can run throughout. It's not supposed to be like, having a team set up for all these departments will not take a lot for this institution of this size, So you can partner, you can have your in-house programs where they can just go and learn about the basics. बहुत देसी चीजें जिसको बोलते हैं, अकाउंटिंग में ये जीएसटी की फाइलिंग करनी है, अच्छा इसमें ये करना है, रीडर मार्क ट्रेड मार्क कैसे लेना है, अच्छा क्या रजिस्ट्रेशन करना होता है, बहुत बेसिक ऑफ रनिंग एन इंस्टीट्यूशन, कौन सा रजिस्ट्रेशन करना चाहिए, अच्छा प्रोपराइटरशिप क्या होता है, एलएल, बहुत जो बेसिक्स हैं, because students are usually unaware of it. Even though ChatGPT can explain these things, but वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा, it's not very easy to understand for people who are very new. That's what I feel personally. जो comfort सीधा face to face उसको सिखाने में, देसी language में, देसी as in देसी means very basic language. So it is easy to understand for everybody. For people coming from all, I'm sure people are here from all over India. So coming from different geographies also, just they can feel comfortable in that program and can learn as much as possible. And then given access to somebody, you can have some kind of a panel to, maybe a quarterly or every 6 months you can have a panel who can be there to guide them or evaluate their ideas, or maybe have them vet their ideas before even they start working on them properly. This can be included while they're studying here, before they put any money on it. Maybe few thousands are not, very difficult to make. They can just save their own money to do that. So that's something that I feel is can be done. Yeah.
Anuj, can you have some concluding remarks?
Yeah. So I would say institutes like IIM Ranchi, I think if you have to produce good entrepreneurs, we need to really instill the virtues of frugality and speed in our learners. Now, what that means is that today, basically the team sizes are getting smaller, and the entrepreneur has to be a bit more 360. He can't really be just a marketing person or a salesperson. If the person is knowing at least 2-3 skill sets, then he is actually very well suited. Now, on the frugality aspect, right, I'll just tell you, right, I think initially when we had started Paytm and other companies, it used to kind of take a lot of time to run any experiment. Even launching a website used to be a 1-month effort, and so on and so forth. So which is where I think today's day and age of AI is one of the best time for anyone to be an entrepreneur. What that means is that I think it's very important for institutes like IIMs and other like-minded institutes to really kind of see how you can actually kind of use the tools and the processes which are available today, which was not there 10 to 15 years ago, to build a website faster, how to kind of experiment faster. And basically, if using those tools and processes which are available today, we can actually teach our students to kind of run experiments faster, fail faster, and then get the learnings quickly, it will be really helpful. And that is what is really going to make all the difference. Because in today's day and age, having a frugal method of basically doing experiments, innovation, and being able to do 2-3 things by yourself rather than just be doing one, I think that itself is kind of going to be a big winner for entrepreneurs.
Okay, thank you, Anuj. Thanks for your insights. Now, for the paucity of time, we'll be concluding this, wrapping up this session. So, in this particular session, we talked about the role of entrepreneurship in structuring, building the future of the country, the role that institutions like IIMs can play in building the ecosystems and nurturing those startups which are much more required in terms of bridging the gap between rural Indian divide, I'm thankful to Anish who talked about the perspective of the incubation centers and how incubation centers can extend their support to the institutions like us in terms of providing the mentorship support, in providing the outlook, the perspective that the students require in terms of their learning. Institutions like Meta Ventures, wherein the venture capitalist funds come together with the institutions to support students in terms of their seed funding supports, or to sensitize more about the funding that is there available in the market. The experience which Alok is having and what Anuj you are gaining from the multinational perspective, those experiences can also be very much of importance to students, and various startups founders can serve as a mentors to the students, wherein you talk about the real life case studies which could be of much use to the students. On behalf of IIM Ranchi, I thank all the panelists to spare their time, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you, audience. Thank you, everybody.
We extend our sincere gratitude to our respected speaker for their thoughtful insights and inspiring perspectives. Your experiences offer invaluable guidance to aspiring entrepreneurs and to all those working toward a more innovative and impactful future. May I now request Professor Rajiv Verma to kindly come forward and felicitate our guests. First, I would like to call upon Wing Commander Anthony Anish. Shri Anuj Vishwakarma. Shri Alok Ranjan. Shri Abhishek Medha. I'll request the audience to please be seated. We will be starting with panel 11 shortly.
पापा इस दिवाली दादू और दादी को यहाँ बुलाए?
बेटा हम वहाँ जाएंगे।
क्यों?
क्योंकि त्योहार हमेशा अपने घर और अपनों के साथ मनाते हैं।
क्या ये अपना घर नहीं है?
बेटा हम यहाँ रहते हैं, पर ये अपना घर नहीं।
हम अपने घर में कब रहेंगे?
यूनियन होम लोन के अट्रैक्टिव इंटरेस्ट रेट से मनाइए त्योहारों की खुशियां अपने घर अपनों के साथ।
हर दिन त्योहार।
यूनियन होम लोन, अब खुशियां अपने घर अपनों के साथ।
आज लिखेंगे हम अपना कल, जब अपनी सोच को राह मिले, सच तक ले जाएंगे अरमानों को, जब आशाओं को राह मिले, सोच से सच तक चले हम, सोच से सच तक, सोच से सच तक बढ़े हम, सोच से सच तक। हर नारी का सपना, हर नारी की शक्ति, ऊर्जा से उन्नति का सफर, हौसला हो अपने दम पर, सोच से सच तक चले हम सोच से सच तक, सोच से सच तक, बढ़े हम सोच से सच तक। देश विदेश से जुड़ते रहे, हर मंजिल पाते रहे, मान सम्मान और आयुष्मान, आगे बढ़े बढ़ते रहे, रोशन होंगे उम्मीदों के दीपक।
यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, सोच से सच तक। यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के आसान एमएसएमई लोन्स के साथ हर ख्वाहिश सोच से सच तक।
On behalf of IIM Ranchi and the 10th Pan-IIM World Management Conference, I extend a warm welcome to all present here. It is my privilege to host today's panel discussion on a theme that beautifully captures the evolving soul of Indian enterprise, Indian business system, tradition, innovation, and social impact. Before we begin, a quick reminder, kindly keep your mobile phones on silent and please stay seated during the discussion to maintain the flow. To set the context, Indian business system is a fascinating tapestry rooted in centuries of tradition, yet constantly redefining itself through innovation and social responsibility. From family-run enterprises to global conglomerates, from frugal engineering to digital-first models, Indian businesses have always balanced tradition with transformation. Today's discussion brings together thought leaders who understand this duality and have played key roles in shaping India's business ecosystem through their work, experience, and leadership. Our speakers for today are Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Professor Rajneesh Jain, Professor N. Ravichandran, and Professor Trilochan Shastri. And with them, we have our moderator, Professor Satyam. I now request all our speakers, along with our moderator, to please come up on stage and take their seats for the discussion. Let me now introduce to you our esteemed speakers for this panel discussion. Our first speaker is Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor of the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. A distinguished academic leader, he has previously served as the director of the Indian Institute of Plantation Management, Bengaluru, and has been associated with IIFT Delhi for over 2 decades. Professor Joshi holds a PhD in management, is a gold medalist from IIFT, and has pursued executive learning at Harvard Business School. He is also a certified lead auditor from the British Standard Institute UK, a renowned author of best-selling management books published by Oxford University Press. He has also edited IIFT's prestigious journal, Foreign Trade Review. His case studies have won international awards from the London Business School. Professor Joshi has worked with multilateral organizations such as the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank and has contributed nationally through leadership roles at UGC AIMA, the Bureau of Indian Standards, and as an independent director on the board of Ramagundam Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited. Our next speaker is Professor Rajneesh Jain, currently Chairman, Board of Studies, Professor at the Institute of Management Studies, and Director, Center for Jain Studies at DAVV. With over 36 years of experience, Professor Jain has contributed extensively to teaching, research, administration, policy making, institution building, and corporate training. He has previously served as EC member, Dean Management, and Director of IMS, and notably as Secretary and Chief Vigilance Officer at the University Grants Commission, New Delhi. In his pivotal role, he played a key part in the launch and implementation of the National Education Policy and several major regulatory reforms. Professor Jain has also served as director of the Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences, Bengaluru, and as a professor at Nirma University, Ahmedabad. A Fulbright Fellow and LEAP participant, he has represented India at the BRICS Summit in Cape Town and on the Higher Education Knowledge Delegation to the UK. With numerous peer-reviewed publications and 15 PhD scholars guided, he continues to advise state governments and higher education institutions on NEP 2020 implementation. Our next distinguished speaker is Professor N. Ravichandran, who has served as a faculty in IIM Ahmedabad close to 4 decades and then retired from there in 2019. He has also served as the fourth director in IIM Indore in between 2009 and 2014. His current interest lies in IKS as applicable to modern management. It is my privilege to introduce our last speaker, Professor Trilochan Shastri, an eminent academic, social reformer, and thought leader. Professor Shastri earned his BTech in Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi, an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, and a PhD in Operations Research from MIT, USA. He has been a professor at IIM Bangalore for 22 years and has also served as dean over there. He has also taught in Hong Kong, Japan, and the US. Beyond his academic roles, Professor Shastri has founded 4 NGOs and has received numerous awards. He is also the author of the best-selling book called Essentials of Hinduism. It is my privilege to now introduce the moderator of this session, Professor Satyam, who is an assistant professor in the marketing area at IIM Ranchi. Professor Satyam holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the Delhi College of Engineering and a PhD in marketing from IIM Lucknow. His research focuses on marketing in bottom-of-the-pyramid markets, marketing channels, retailing, and rural marketing, areas central to India's economic and social fabric. Before joining IIM Ranchi, he served as a marketing faculty at Jindal Global Business School, and he also brings industry experience from Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Fortune 500 company. He has conducted executive training for organizations such as Indian Oil Corporation Limited and Coal India Limited. Professor Satyam has authored numerous journal articles and book chapters in reputed international outlets and has presented his work at several national and international conferences. With everyone on stage, we now commence the panel discussion. May I request our moderator to take the session forward.
Okay. Very good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. And first of all, it's my privilege to share the stage with 4 distinguished guests today. And I welcome them on behalf of IIM Ranchi on the occasion of this 10th Pan-IIM conference. So without further ado, I'll just start with the questions right away because we are running a little late and Professor Ravichandran has a flight to catch. So again, I'll just start with Joshi sir. First of all, in all of us have learned so much from our traditions here and there. But from a business point of view, let's take a small and medium enterprise point of view. We don't have a playbook or a written script or one booklet because we have to understand that small businesses don't have time. They are so busy with operations, they don't have a ready-made playbook. They don't have access to unified framework. So sometimes I believe that it's our responsibility to shape that and put it across. In that lieu, so the attempt of this panel would be to come up with something, if there is a possibility, number one, to come up with some unified playbook from lessons from our scriptures, etc. So again, first of all, I would like to ask Joshi sir, based on his experience, one question that comes to me, that from indigenous scriptures, texts and indigenous lessons that we have, knowledge that we have, is there a scope to systematically integrate these wisdom through management research for small and medium enterprises of today?
Thank you so much. You talked of the small and medium enterprises. So by definition, an entrepreneur is a person who achieves more than the given resources and capability. This is a person who need to be, by definition, have crunch with the resources, financial, operational, human, technological, but performs better than his peers and he become an entrepreneur or a successful person. Now, I think it's a very great thing that India is probably one country which is, where I think the entrepreneurship skill is, very, very important. And whatever you said is teaching entrepreneurship. Now we teach entrepreneurship. We do have a lot of, these centers for that, incubation centers, also of concepts have come. Whole entrepreneurship has changed that, you start a new enterprise on a startup and then you sell it and mint money. All these things are. But I think traditionally, if you go by theory, that I think, India is probably a land of entrepreneurship. I personally feel that, you can give some skills to the people, but the entrepreneurship, comes from inside, comes from culture. So if you find that, I'll give you an example that the richest man of Britain was not born in London. He was born in India. And I think, one of the richest men was born in the desert of Rajasthan. So difficulty, the Lakshmi Narayan Mehta. And I think he proved that, generally, the big fish eats the small one. The big companies normally, acquires the small one, but he demonstrated a small company, the Mittal is still acquiring Arcelor. And therefore, and I am not very sure that how many entrepreneurs Harvard Business School produces. One precondition is this entrepreneur should be tough and, not much of the formal education. And when it comes to, you want our ancient thing, Bhagavad Gita is very clear on this. In India, the problem with entrepreneurship is because we work very closely with the industry, I work very closely with the entrepreneurs. You attend any meeting, they say ki government should do this, government should do this. Whatever government does, it does not help. Uddhared atmanatmanam, natmanam avasadiyet, atmaiv atmanau bandhu, atmaiv ripuratmanah. You should uplift yourself by your own self. Natmanam, ne atmanam avasadiyet. You should never degrade yourself by yourself. Atmaiv atmanau bandhu, you yourself is your own friend, and atmaiv ripuratmana, it is applicable to any one of us, all of us. Nobody can put you down other than yourself. So my only thing for entrepreneurship from the ancient wisdom is, don't so much depend on the government, you need to perform yourself. Have faith in you, and you can achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was, again, that's great insight. Definitely, so it starts from within. And again, from building upon that, then you try to create a framework. One thing which also talks about in entrepreneurship, building upon some Peters, it is about creating wealth maximization. But if we look at the entrepreneurship in India, traditional India, then the mindset has been, how can we grow together? So again, in Indian business system, companies have been looked at a multi-stakeholder systems point of view, which is not again, today it is about profit maximization or value maximization, but for shareholders. Again, in idea, it has to be stakeholder, but again, so building upon that, from a governance point of view, again, I'll try to ask one question each, then again, try to unify that and get back to it. So Rajneesh sir, from a governance point of view, how can institutions of today can help shape an entrepreneurial ecosystem in a better manner, building upon the wisdom of the past?
Thank you, Professor Satyam. It's a very pertinent question, how governance models can actually draw from ancient wisdom or from contemporary business practices. Like, as we see the business today, different types of business organizations exist. There are large corporations, which are private organizations and public sector organizations. Then we have startup or MSME system. We find that majority of the contribution to GDP is coming from family businesses. More than 70%, some figures, they say 70 to 79% is coming from family business systems. And India has a very large number of family businesses which are more than a century old or more than 2 centuries old. We talk about Tata, we talk about Birlas, we talk about Mahindras, we talk about Murugappa. There are many business houses which are very old. So one lesson which we can draw from, I would take the first point, one lesson which can draw from the business houses is they have their own long-term vision because it is multi-generational businesses. So it is not like CEO who is joining a particular large corporation today and maybe switching over to other corporation when he or she finds a better opportunity. So it is a multi-generational business where family traditions, values, and a long-term thinking prevails. Their own reputation, trust, and trusteeship prevails the business, and that guides fundamental strategic decisions, and then operational decisions are taken by other management. And now the professional management is also blended to carry on the operational decision part. So there is a fine line between the dinner table decisions where the main stakeholders, owners, they take the decision, and then the boardroom decisions. So there exists some kind of a dinner table governance and boardroom governance, and at some places a dual governance system works. And if we look at the ancient wisdom or ancient traditions for businesses, we draw a lot of insights, particularly from Kautilya's Arthashastra, which is a treatise which very clearly lays down many principles for running any kind of businesses or any kind of leadership position, particularly for leaders in the business. So they provide what kind of quality a leader should have, what kind of philosophy the leader should pursue for running that governance system. And they were largely based on, if we talk about Vedic parampara, or if we talk about Shraman parampara, where Buddhism and Jainism, they were originated, all of them, they focus on dharma-based, that the righteous conduct, the welfare of state and welfare of people at large is the first priority. And then wealth needs to be generated for a purpose, and wealth creator is a trustee where the wealth is used for the welfare of the people, community, and other at large. So that's how the governance model were built. And still the companies, if you take the name, and today we were talking in one of the panel, the name of one company which everybody talks about, which is much talked about in business schools, Tata. So the name which is taken with a lot of trust and respect is Tata, and we know what kind of values, what kind of a trusteeship the Tata company run its businesses. And similarly, we find those kind of value system which is there in other business houses. And the same is applicable to even small entrepreneurs. If we talk about MSME, unless and until they are run by the core values, fundamental values, and ethical decision making, and a very disciplined leader with all the Shadgunas, organizations will find it difficult to survive in long term. We may see a short term success. And one more thing, which may be a kind of asset test for any organization, would be how much amount of net impact it is making. Net impact in terms of the modern terminology which has come with, particularly with UN sustainability goals, SDG 2030, the 17 SDG goals. So the triple bottom line, people, planet, and profit. So how much the business is contributing for the people at large, how much it is contributing to the environment, and then, of course, a reasonable amount of profit is definitely required. So these are my initial comments, and then
Thank you so much, sir. So two things, that long-term view and societal welfare. Again, the role of governance and all. Again, very much being sitting in the business school, that's so much relevant. All our students are so cited, and they decide colleges on the basis of CTC, whereas it has to be the learning oriented. So again, we keep talking about that. Just building upon these two, understanding of the self and long-term view. Now I would like to ask Ravichandran sir, because before this we were talking, and again I'm up because of the time, I'm just jumping to the question. While achieving societal welfare, there are lots of conflicts. And again, in no way we are saying we need not learn from West, but again, we need to appreciate what we have already in our country and understand that. So one story, he's writing a book on it. So Panchatantra is a great tale from which we can learn so much about friendship, kinship, conflict, resolution, etc. So again, how, because while achieving societal welfare, it is not an easy thing. There are so many stakeholders that needs to be again it has to be aligned. So how should we go about it, sir, and what we can learn so that we can achieve it together, Ravichandran sir?
Very broad, broad canvas, but let me try and quickly say a few things which I think I understand. I don't think I understand everything that is available in the traditional knowledge system. I have some small exposure here and there. So based on that, I would share what I think is appropriate. If you go back and see any of our ancient scriptures or textbooks or epics, none of them says you should not create wealth. Otherwise, you would not have such a vivid description of Duryodhana's palace, Pandava's palace, or even Ravana's palace, Ram's palace, jewelry, opulence is very high. If you touch any of our previous, old literature, there is a lot of talk about wealth, and therefore wealth creation is never shunned in our system. And whether it comes through entrepreneurship, or whether it comes through by doing trading, or whether it comes through manufacturing, is a matter of discussion. The second point, which I think is very important, is, in my view, while wealth creation is important, our scriptures or our code, our books talk about certain amount of moderation. In fact, the fundamental principle in which our Hindu philosophy moves around is moderation on anything that we do. The third dimension, which the scriptures indirectly, explicitly, otherwise say often, is you must have an ability to move from one stage to another stage. There are 4 stages in life. Likewise, if you want to put it in a modern context, we must develop an ability to have attachment with detachment. That, I think, is being emphasized in multiple dimensions, multiple places, multiple ways. But if you actually push this a little bit more, since there was a bit of a discussion on Panchatantra stories, just a small 2 brownie points before we make them larger observation. Panchatantra stories were written way back in 300 to 400 BC. And each one of the stories is meant for, there are about 60 of them, divided into 5 different books. And each one of these stories are open-ended, and they are subjected for multiple interpretations. In some sense, we can very proudly say, and this is a fact, the first learning through case method happened from Panchatantra stories and not necessarily from Harvard Business School. While we respect what they are doing, but I think we started it in a very big way. 300 BC, vis-a-vis Harvard, 400 years, 300 years, whatever it is, there is a big difference. The second point that the Panchatantra stories sort of now come back and talk about is, you just imagine the wisdom of the king who called the Pandit Vishnu Sharma and said to him that here are my children and they need to take over this kingdom and they need to be good princes. When you are good princes, dharmic king, naturally the societal welfare is taken care of. So what is that? I would leave it to entirely your responsibility that these children should be trained on the art of administration, which is fair, righteous, and societally value-added. This is the brief that he gave at that point in time. And Vishnu Sharma gave these stories, and one can talk about it in elaborate form. But what I'm trying to communicate here is, while wealth creation is encouraged, we paid equal emphasis on administration and societal welfare in whatever we did. The last point is, if you run through the whole story of Panchantantras or any other, including, we can pick up examples from Ramayana and Mahabharata, also Bhagavad Gita also, all this at the core emphasis on managing self. And if you know how to manage self, to a large extent, you can manage the environment in which you are operating, both professional as well as societal environment in which you are operating. This is like saying, no, unless your manasthiti is strong, the paristhiti cannot be managed or responded to. So I personally think there is a need to codify all these things in some form. I don't want to expand on it because I don't want to take others' time. But the core is from micro to macro. If you manage yourself, greed will go away. At least you'll be staying, to the large extent, you'll be able to manage greed. And if that, that means the corporate disasters, corporate frauds, societal exploitations, etc., will take a second seat. And if you manage self, you will develop this ability to detach. And if the ability to detach happens, association with the material wealth will become relatively smaller. And if you manage yourself, you will also be able to moderate what you have accumulated. I think, to me, that's the core. And how do we expand this in a management school or any other place is a matter of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was again managing self. Everything starts with managing self. Everything around us is an extension of ourselves only. And all of us are embedded in as a system which is self-evolving with time. Building upon that, I would like to ask Shastri sir, because again, he has written a very good books. So again, across religions, sir, they have talked about values like fairness, compassion, etc., etc. And we see that. But when it has to be brought into the management context or the company's context, where do you see the problem and what we can learn from it to embed it or integrate it in current way of working?
Thank you. It's a very difficult question. I've been thinking for many days. So let me start with, what is the basic thing in our society which informs our way of doing business? And to make the point, I will compare with two other countries. In the US, for example, business is individual enterprise. So somebody starting with Ford Motor Company, and so many of them are there, the individual hero, he or sometimes she, they become big business. It's about individual. If you go to East Asia, which is like South Korea, China, etc., Japan, it is more a group effort. They have a word called chaebol. So there will be a network of companies which work together. And even within the company, it was true in Japan, now probably it's true in China, that everything is teamwork. That is their societal value. Now, what do we have in India is a very good question. Now, I actually feel there is a lot of good things in our tradition, but I will like to set the record straight by saying a few things. Our most ancient scripture, the Rig Veda says, Ano Bhadra Kritavo Yantu Vishwataha, means may noble thoughts come to us from all directions. The Veda does not say that noble thoughts should not come to us from China or America. This is a modern distortion, I call it, that all wisdom resides only in India. I got a message on this, which I had to fill out for coming here. It said AI dot something because they're managing all the logistics through AI. I'm sure that AI was not invented in Ranchi or India or in the Vedas. It was invented in some other country. So it's a good thing. So let us be a little open-minded. Now coming back to our strength, because we also have strengths. So coming to the small enterprises and business, there is a hierarchy from very, very big companies in India to the MSMEs and people selling vegetables on the road. What is the societal thing? Like in America, it's individual freedom. Here it is. Here, what I feel is, I also work with some 45,000 farmers in several districts, and I constantly go to the villages. Just came back from there day before yesterday. The people of India, they also want to have wealth, like he said. We said dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So before you make wealth, artha, you do it on a dharma. And through that, you get your desires fulfilled and then ultimately go to moksha. Everybody has heard all these things, but the basis is dharma. So business, the basis is dharma. Now, how does it translate in day-to-day life? In India, what I find is there is not that individual hero like America. Like Ford Motor Company was started by Henry Ford. He's a big icon. So every entrepreneur, whether it is whatever, all these guys in Google and Facebook, you know all their names, they're all individual heroes. But in India, as one of our, it's a family business, or if you go to a local, it is a family business. And more than family, a good businessman, it's more about community and society. Yes, I have to make a living and I have to do it properly in the classical sense, not that everybody is doing that. But I am part of a community. I am not an isolated sort of a person. That is it starts with all that big things like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and etc. Now, if you look at the Indian entrepreneurship and where we can leverage it and make it far better, we don't think in those terms. You see, India has the largest number of farmers. I work with farmers. You suddenly wake up one day and say, actually, each one of them is an entrepreneur. He has 1 or 2 acres. He takes a bet. He sows seed. He buys some fertilizers. Whether rainfall will come or not, famous movies in India, Do Bund Pani, all those movies have been made. He's taking a risk. There could be a pest attack. The prices could crash. Year after year, according to our government statistics, 100 million people are doing farming. They're all entrepreneurs. Now you come to the cities, I'm sure it's in Ranchi. On the streets, there'll be hundreds of people who are selling vegetables, small kirana stores, all sorts of things. Chai, dukan, pan wala. In Bangalore, I find that the pan wala, one fellow is from Bengal. And after coming there, he has become fluent in Kannada. And he's standing on the roadside without any this thing. And he's making money and supporting his family. He's also an entrepreneur. So the entrepreneurial spirit is there. Where we need to improve, I feel, I mean, it's not a criticism, is that we need to build trust. So some communities, for example, at the risk of, for example, in Bangalore, Malayalis, large number of them own kirana stores. So if you are a Malayali and you set up a business, you can easily set up a big distribution network. And similarly, Marwadis all over the country, there are some communities who can do that. So if we learn to go beyond the community and work with everybody, otherwise we trust our own group, but we don't trust the other group. So the trust needs to be rebuilt. And as one of our speakers said, it is not the government job. It is our job to do that. And there's a lot of potential that we can unleash. So let me stop here because I don't know what else to say on this. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And again, that's so pertinent actually. In agriculture and the small vegetable, everybody is an entrepreneur. That's very rightly said. I sometimes joke that what if the vegetable owner start dynamic pricing? So again, if you think of it, it is happening in airfares. But again, when they are sensing that, they can also do that, but they don't. Generally, small businesses are subsistence mindset. The mindset is of survival. All of us will survive together. So again, that has been the past, but again, so in the interest of time, sir, I'll just jump to another question, which is, first of all, is there a need to come up with an integrative view of Indian business systems? First of all, if so, how can we go about it from an institutional lens, institutions like ours, and for the practitioner lens? So, and again, we can take the lesson from Gita in terms of how the work that we do, it is not for ourselves. Nishkam, in terms of integrating that, sir. Maybe a few words, sir. Rakesh.
Nishkam is okay, but please try to understand. I think the most misunderstood shlok of Bhagavad Gita is Karmanyeva adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. It does not mean that absolutely, because what happens is, as you sow, so shall you reap. Only thing is, Nishkam never says that you don't work. Actually, if you think that Nishkam means you don't work and you become inactive, so I think it is the It is not the justice most, misunderstood. Don't be attached to inaction. Don't be attached to inaction because it says, और उसके अंदर एक ये भी है, the other shloka which says is, those who don't trust this Nishkam Yoga, you put them in work, engage them in work, like those the yogis do it. So I think it's very, very clear there. It's very, and very importantly, so Nishka, Tasmat Sarveshu Kaleshu Yoga Yukto Bhavarjuna. You should fight every time. मैं कर्नाटक में I had an opportunity to be in Bengaluru. I met one secretary. वो कहे कि आप बड़े खुश नजर आ रहे हैं, क्या बात है? मैंने कहा मैं भगवत गीता जीता हूँ इसलिए मैं खुश रहता हूँ. And it is what the long term West cannot teach us long term. We are always long term. They cannot teach us that we should not fight among each other. He talked extremely important is collectivity of the society. I am nijah paroveti ganana laghu chetasam udar charita nam tu vasudhaiva kutumbnam. He said that, in the business, don't talk my community, your community, which we do, but not we others also do. And therefore the shloka says the vasudhaiva kutumbakam, vasudha ev. The whole earth is your family. Nobody talked about it. India is the only country on the whole earth, I can tell it with full conviction, where you can have the divergent view. No other country, historically no other country. I think those who have studied a little bit of, the Greek history, they know Socrates, 550 BC. Socrates said that you should question everything. Socrates said two things. Number one, I do not know anything and I want to understand from this. And what he said, what I want to understand, why you are doing this. He started talking to everything. People said that, you are, talking something against the well-established norm, and ultimately he was compelled to take the poison, sentenced to death. Uske baad mein in 14th century when Galileo came, he said, dharti ghumti hai. उन्होंने कहा बाइबल में तो लिखा ही नहीं है धरती घूमती है. You are wrong, and he was given death punishment. India is the only country. Shankaracharya from a small village from Kaladi, he started, and in that point of time in India, the system was, you have an argument. If you win the argument, then those who lose, he become your disciple. And this is how Shankaracharya created disciple. India is amazing. West, I think those who know, in 392, Theodosius II, when he came, he was the Roman Empire, he embraced Christianity. And he embraced Christianity, he said that no public worship of gods and goddesses. They were banned. And he also banned the Olympics which were being held. उन्होंने कहा है भगवान की आप प्रार्थना करते हो. And it is how Christianity came. Then even if you are core to the Christian, then those who know little bit of history, they know in 1411, in 1192, there were East European Empire and West European Empire. The fight was between the Catholics and the Orthodox. And millions of people from Pope who owned the army, they were killed in this Byzantine Empire. Hindustan में ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ. Brahman और गाय हमारे यहाँ अवध हैं. Brahman means knowledge workers, and therefore our, the knowledge system existed from years. Tirlochan Saab to matlab I am so impressed with him, क्योंकि he has got, one more vision than all of us has got. You understand? Tirlochan, 3 आँख हैं उनकी. He can see inside which we cannot. तो उन्होंने एक चीज बहुत जोरदार बताई, I'll give him the credit, कि अगर जीसस क्राइस्ट यहाँ होते तो हम उनको सूली पे नहीं चढ़ाते. हमारे यहाँ पे एक और परंपरा थी, जैसे भगवान महावीर आए 500 BC, भगवान बुद्ध आए, they were almost contemporary, they were ultimate. भगवान महावीर was ultimate Brahmin. चींटी को भी नहीं मारेंगे हम. And therefore कि धरती तो लड़ाई से चलती है, तो जैनिज्म थोड़ा दब गया. उसके बाद में एक और हमारे यहाँ महर्षि चारवाक आए.
सर एक बात इसमें कहना चाहता हूँ, सॉरी फॉर इंटरप्टिंग. Both the Buddha and Mahavira rejected the Vedas. ये हम कहते हैं कि हिंदू धर्म वैदिक धर्म है. And they said वेदों को नकारा. They said we don't accept the Vedas. But did we put them to death? Some religions say if you say anything against our book, we'll put. Buddha is one of the avatars in one of the Puranas, and Mahavir is highly respected. Even though they rejected our most sacred script, this is the culture of this country, that you can have different views, we'll respect you. As long as you are a good person, great person, or whatever. This is very peculiar to India.
टॉलरेंस आप देखिए कि बुद्ध टेम्पल, हिंदू टेम्पल, महावीर टेम्पल एक ही जगह है और हमारा आपस में कोई झगड़ा नहीं है. और वहां जाइए, just look at it. The empires which was the oldest empire was Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is present day Baghdad and this Iraq. आप देखिए, people have forgotten. The another empire was Persia, Zoroastrian. All were slaughtered. All were slaughtered. So we have never done it. और उसके बाद में आपने बहुत अच्छा बताया कि भगवान महावीर भगवान थे, बुद्धा, उनके बाद में हमारे महर्षि चारवाक आए. तो चारवाक ने भी कहा ये वेद पुराण जन्म पुनर्जन्म, इट इज ऑल नॉनसेंस. डोंट फॉलो इट. मेटेरियलिस्टिक इज नॉट वेस्टर्न, इट इज आवर. यावत जीवेत सुखम जीवेत ऋणम कृत्वा घृतम पिबेत. जब तक जिए सुख से जिए और ऋण करके घी पिए. तो ये थोड़ी है कि वो हमको बताते हैं कि आप लोन लें. उन्होंने एक और कहा, पीत्वा पीत्वा पुनर्पीत्वा यावत पतति भूतले पुनरुत्वा पुनर्पीत्वा पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते. खूब पिए. दारू पीना उन्होंने नहीं सिखाया. खूब पिए जब तक धरती पे ना गिर जाए, और फिर जब होश आए तो फिर पिए. पुनरुत्वा पुनर्पीत्वा पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते. दोबारा जन्म नहीं होने वाला है, लास्ट है, एंजॉय कर लो. What I am saying is we can tolerate the contrary views. तो हमारे यहाँ वो भी हुए. हमारे यहाँ अघोरी पंथ था, वो भी हुए. It's very difficult for me to tell, but it was impossible. It was impossible in the West. आपको शायद पता होगा, those who talk of the women's rights in India, they do not know in the ancient Rome and ancient Greek there was no women's right. एक दो शब्द आपको मैं बताता हूं. इस्लाम के अंदर जब ये आए हमारे मोहम्मद साहब, तो एक वर्ड उसके अंदर था जाहिल. जाहिल is who did not believe in one God, that is Allah. And the same thing जब इसके अंदर क्रिश्चियनिटी आई तो इन्होंने कहा, इनके यहां एक शब्द था बार्बरिक. Those who did not believe God was all barbarics. In Europe till 13th 14th centuries. अच्छा आप देखिए 392 में when Christianity came in Rome, which is now the seat of Christianity. So present Rome is Roman Empire, the Great Roman Empire. तो हुआ क्या उस समय के अंदर? 392 when the worships were stopped, then 1000 years in the European history are known to be the dark age of Europe. सारे Socrates का एक शिष्य था, his name was Plato. So Plato had the academy. Academy came from that. Academy ये स्कूल नहीं होता है. Academy का मतलब कुछ पेड़ लगे हुए थे जैतून के, वहां लोग डिस्कस करते थे. उसको उन्होंने जला दिया. Libraries were burnt for 6 months. Library Alexandria, the biggest library in the Roman Empire, was burnt completely. अब उन्होंने डिजिटल बना लिया आजकल. Then these things, all Roman and Greek, they were burnt. So again after 14th century, जिसको Renaissance कहते हैं, यूरोप का Renaissance कहते हैं पुनरुत्थान. They discovered it. It never happened in India. इंडिया में एक हुआ है जो मतलब बाद में हुआ, बहुत बाद में, which I think happened in 1662, something like that, when Akbar already reigned in 9 एक कर्नाटक में एक जगह हम्पी, 6 महीने तक वहां पे लाइब्रेरी जलती रही. एंड यूरोपियन ऑथर्स हैव रिटन कि वहां हीरे और जवाहरात जो है सब्जी मंडी में बिकते थे. इट वाज बिगर सिटी देन लंदन. और बहुत पुरानी बात नहीं है. इट इज ओनली 1600 1700 century. And then it's very difficult now. It's a word hereditary, but nothing is left. Every civilization was disturbed, but it never happened in Indian history, in ancient India, and credit goes to our these things. But what I want to request is, please don't distort our ancient wisdom. It was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, on the same question, I would like to stay on the same question, and in the rest of time, request the panelists to speak. Yeah, I'm coming to that, sir. So can we again have an integrated view of Indian business system as a framework or integrative theory, which can be used in business school or for enterprises also? Because if we think from a playbook point of view, let's say, where should I go for all the wisdom? So is there a need? And if so, how can we go about it? 2 minutes each, sir, for starting from Rajneesh, sir. Then again, I will stay on the same question. And then, yeah.
My
Sir, please carry on. Go ahead.
Yeah, my take on this is there is clearly a need, and how to do is not clear. Because while we do recognize the fact that our society is a very tolerant society, our society also was willing to accept good things from others. And it is not that today we are doing conferences. Conferences were happening in Rishi's times. People used to travel in groups, meet with other Rishis, had exchange. Otherwise, the most famous conversation that happened between Shankaracharya and Mandala Mishra is not possible. Exchange of ideas, debating of ideas, drawing conclusions, agreeing to disagree was all part of our culture. Now, therefore, nothing is new. I mean, when we say that, like, we need to be open to listen to others, I think that's a part of our DNA. But the biggest problem that we have is we sometimes over project a few well-known facts. हमारा देश में zero invent किया जाता है. We know the greatest approximations to pi. We are the first one to come up with the irrational numbers. Astronomy हमारा तो इतना था. Like, many things are being said which are very correct. I completely agree. But the problem is we are not able to decode them to the seeker, who is an young seeker today. If you know how to solve a fourth power equation, there are sutras available, but I don't know how to interpret that sutras to my class students. This, I think, is the biggest problem in rational disciplines like mathematics. To some extent, statistics will come from that, but mathematics, astronomy, engineering, including metallurgy, chemical engineering, rasayan, many of them are written in sutras. And the sutras it's extremely difficult to decode the sutras because we don't have the expertise to do that. So to some extent, I think that's going to be the biggest challenge. When you come to the other side, non-engineering side or the STEM side of the story, there are a lot of material that is available which can be codified, consolidated, and put together. For example, Bhartrihari's three sadakams, like Nidhi Sadakam, Vairagi Sadakam, Shrinkara Sadakam, are fantastic material on what is a dharmic framework of life. We should be able to complement and supplement the business ethics courses with Nidhi Sadakam. Likewise, many such things can be done, but that is relatively easy to do. But my submission is we must do it. And if you don't do it now, probably it will never happen. Second, doing this is not an easy task. It's a very challenging task. The Sanskrit Pandits who are familiar with this are not tuned to relating to the modern needs. If you talk to some of the very, very erudite scholars in Sanskrit, they are not interested in translating this to operational way of doing things. So therefore, we need to find mechanisms by which they are interested. They may not be incentivized, but they should be interested in what we're doing. Now, if you do that, I think it's a lot more easy to do. But my sense is we should make a beginning in the broad area of social sciences. I will not even say management sciences, in the broad area of social sciences. उधर तो काफी हमारा समझ में आ जाता है. Maybe we should, with the help of some experts, we must be able to sort of translate them to a codified knowledge. That would be my submission.
No. Thank you, sir. That is very relevant because it is even for us, even if we wish to refer to many of these scriptures, then we don't know how to decode it. And for us also, it's an equal challenge. So again, Rajneesh sir, on the same topic, is there a need for unified theory or unified integrative view of this traditional wisdom? And again, maybe connecting with the structural barriers related to social and governance mechanism, if you link that and maybe add 2 points.
Okay, I would say that values and ethics, they provide the foundation for any kind of framework to evolve. And Professor Trilochan Shastri very rightly said two things. One is self-management. If any individual knows that who am I and how should I behave in any kind of situation? Self-management is one very important thing. And the other part which which we derive from ancient wisdom is again based on the same framework, fourth Purusharth theory, which Professor Shastri mentioned, Dharma, Artha, Kam, Moksha. So Dharma provides the base to have the kind of wealth which you want to have, with the help of which you will fulfill all kind of desires and any other thing, and then which will further lead to Savidya ya Vimukti, so towards the moksha. Then if we again look at what may not happen in the absence of such kind of value and ethical frameworks, which provide the entire system, integrated system. I would quickly cite two cases. One case is which we teach in management schools. Management students may be aware or may not be aware about a business ethics case of Ford Pinto car. The infamous case where the manufacturer was well aware that there is a faulty fuel tank in the rear side, but then they calculated that the cost of compensation of the burns or victims or the death which may happen is lesser than the cost of installing or correcting that kind of a fault. That was a deliberate error or corporate disaster, which when later on it was found. The other similar kind of incidents which happened in India was Union Carbide, the famous Bhopal gas tragedy, where they knew that they had to maintain the refrigeration system so that the mic should not move out of the chambers. Where values are compromised, whether they are small organizations or large organizations, disaster may occur. And we have a very large number of case studies in India also where a lot of financial scams happen, a lot of other business scams have happened. Even in the recent times, they are happening. I don't want to put any name. They are happening. But if we have a system which is based on the ancient wisdom and which Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi mentioned certain things about, quoted certain things from Bhagavad Gita, and Bhagavad Gita itself says Yoga Karmashu Kaushalam. It talks about the model of Karma Yogi. So a person who knows himself and possesses all those qualities will be moving on the righteous path, will be doing righteous conduct in whatsoever situation you put, whether they are small entrepreneurs or they are large corporations, whether they are in public system or they are in private system. So that kind of a model we need, a real Karma Yogi. And I thought of 3 T's which we can understand very simply. The first one is all those qualities which will build the trust of that individual or the organization among all stakeholders by doing and demonstrating, personifying those values. Second, in the modern context, we cannot do anything without integrating the technology or the emerging technologies for designing and developing systems which are relatively stable and dynamic as per the changing times. And the third T which comes to my mind is transparency, a public disclosure of who you are, what you are doing, and presenting in a very transparent manner, whether they are your inputs or your systems or your processes or the outcomes or the financial valuations. So if these things are maintained, I think we'll be having some kind of a framework for the kind of businesses which we have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And those 3 T's definitely looks like something that we have to imbibe. Again, on the same question, sir, I would urge Sasi sir to suggest 2-3 actionable suggestions that we can do, go ahead and do. The first 1-2 things which can be immediately done at our end in order to take this further. Again, on the same question, but what as academicians, as students, as businesses we can do about it?
I wish I knew the answer, but first thing is, if we want to develop something which is India based rather than borrowed from the West, somewhere I think we have to come back to, I'm sorry to use a strong word, common sense. There is a lot of wisdom in the scriptures. I've had the misfortune of writing a book on Hinduism. I don't deny it. But when it comes to practical action, I will try to say 2-3 things and come back to try to answer your question to those 2-3. See, China has its own value system. Today I heard that the world's fastest supercomputer came from China. When I was preparing for this session, I found that there are 6 business schools in China which are in the top 50. Our top business schools in India are after that. We are nowhere close to that. South Korea, China and India in 1947-49. India was ahead of them. Today, South Korea is not as powerful as China, but it is considered a developed country. So obviously they have managed to do some business in spite of Western brainwashing. Without any ancient wisdom, they have done something. Let us be blunt and accept it. So what do we need to do here? I cannot say, see, so anytime we praise India, we are so thrilled and so we had an ancient past. If we want to be true to our ancient glory, it is our responsibility to do even more than what we did in the past. We cannot go on saying we were great, or itna wisdom hai. Aaj kya kar rahe? What are we doing today? So for that, I feel we have to have self-belief. So I don't know, I keep quoting Vivekananda. Vivekananda used to say, the old religion said, have faith in God. The new religion says, have faith in yourself. And he asked, do you have that faith? So we need to develop our faith, not by going on talking about ancient glory, abhi kuch karke dikhana hai. So for that, what is the Indian system? The Indian system, there are all these things everybody has talked about. So we should not feel that our system is wrong. There is a lot of strength in it. You know, there is a problem. Let me tell you, when I was studying at MIT, one of my roommates was a gold medalist from IIT Kanpur. Now, president's gold medalist from IIT Kanpur or whichever IIT, I also had the misfortune of studying in IIT. They are India's best brains. Or computer science MIT में ऐसे admission नहीं मिलता है. He was from his part of the country, my roommate. And we were having long discussions. And he told me, I'm telling you publicly, openly, that he had an inferiority complex about India. I said, why? He says because he's a computer science guy. He's a very brilliant guy. He says all the development, Newton, industrialization, all the theories of science, physics, mathematics, most of it has come from the West. So what have we done? Now we can't go on going and saying that नहीं वो वेदों में लिखा है. हमको तो मालूम नहीं है किसने वेदा पढ़ा है. Now this sense that we are, and he's not that day it was like because I never had this inferiority complex about India. I said, this guy is one of the most brilliant fellows of his batch. He's the president's gold medalist. He went to MIT and he feels that we are, in our heart of hearts, 90% of the people here believe that. So that's why, coming back to Vivekananda, do you have that faith? So I was talking to a very well-known industrialist and we were talking about something about all these questions. And I casually said, we are not ambitious enough today. We cannot go on leaning on ancient wisdom. Sorry, we have to take it. I agree with you that Hinduism is a great religion. The Upanishads, there's no match to the Upanishads anywhere. Vedanta is accepted by the world and it's a great religion. I myself am a great admirer. But when it comes to business, I will come back to Vivekananda. He said in 1900, after coming back from America and Japan, he told, if I had the money, I would send young men not to America but to Japan, because he saw that Japan became the number 2 economy in the world after Second World. They got diverted. He said after that, Russia will come. After Japan, Russia became a superpower. He says after that, China will come. Because of self-belief, कि हम कुछ कर सकते हैं. And he says, until we give up the slave mentality of jealousy, he says, after China will come India's glory. But maybe we can, this thing. So the first thing we need to do, whether it is in management, is our culture is good, our traditions are good. Yes, a few things are not so good. We will correct them. But with that self-belief, we have to redefine the management, not based on, just pretending. हम छाती ठोक के कहते हैं कि हमारे वेद ग्रेट हैं. But आज किया क्या? I'm giving you an example of China and Korea. South Korea and China are way ahead of India, without any Vedas, without any ancient wisdom. I'm sorry to say this publicly, but it's a fact. So it's time we woke up and had, we can do. I'm not saying we can't do. You know, the greatest, youngest world champion in India of all time, Gukesh Dommaraju, at the age of 18, he broke the world. Nobody has become world champion at 18. So there is enough potential in India. But we have to have self-belief and then belief in each other. इंडिया में ट्रस्ट नहीं है. मेरे से अदर देन मी सब लोग चोर हैं. गवर्नमेंट चोर है, उस जात के लोग चोर हैं, मद्रासी लोग चोर हैं या पंजाबी लोग चोर हैं, हमारे जात के लोग अच्छे हैं. वी हैव ऑल दीज डिजीजेस इन आवर माइंड. We have to have first self-belief and belief in the other person, and that trust and self-belief and faith, as Vivekananda says, that can inform the way we do business. That's what I feel. I'm sorry for speaking some blunt truths, but everybody knows मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ तो सही है. तो this is a fact what I'm saying.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, I thought that I'll close it, but again, I cannot summarize it better. Everything starts with us. And if we start behaving today, please take control of yourself and start acting in that order. Have the long-term view, think about the societal welfare. Despite having lots of money, you will still have AQI of 800 in Delhi. So again, unless we do that collective wisdom, it is not going to help us. So in the interest of time, I have so many things to talk, but again, we'll not even be able to take questions also. We'll just try to summarize and take lessons from whatever wisdom has been shared by these four distinguished speakers. It has been my privilege, and it has been my privilege of everybody, I believe. Thank you so much, sir, everybody. And again, actually, Ravichandran sir has a flight, so I'll just, we'll take it, we'll consider it over. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. A great round of applause for everybody, please.
Thank you to our panelists for those insightful perspectives. As we conclude this session, one insight clearly stands out. The Indian business system thrives because it honors its traditions, embraces innovation, and increasingly commits itself to social impact. It is this blend that continues to make India a dynamic and resilient economic powerhouse. On behalf of IIM Ranchi and the Pan-IIM World Management Conference Organizing Committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our moderator and all our panelists for sharing their wisdom. Thank you to the audience for your time, attention, and active engagement. As a gesture of appreciation, we will now felicitate our distinguished speakers. May I request Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastav to kindly come forward for the felicitation ceremony. Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi. Professor Ajneesh Jain. Professor N. Ravichandran. Professor Trilochan Shastri. Thank you, sir. I request the audience to please be seated as we'll be moving ahead with the last panel discussion of today.
Thank you to our previous speakers for that enriching discussion. We now transition to a topic that is shaping the future of classrooms, institutions, and learning itself, teaching with AI. This panel brings together leading thinkers and practitioners who are redefining how technology enhances pedagogy, creativity, and academic impact. It is my privilege to introduce our distinguished speakers, Professor Chandan Chaudhary. Sir, yes. Joining us online, Professor Ashish Sinha, Sri Dvivesh Mehta, and Professor Rahul De. And the moderator for this discussion is Professor Ambuj Anand. A huge round of applause for them.
We are waiting for Divesh sir, and once he's here, we'll start in a minute. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's already late. We are aware of that, and we also know that we are between your dinner and the cultural event. So we will try to make it more valuable, and I'm sure because my panel is quite distinguished. And I will start that introduction with Chandan Chaudhary sir. So he represents an immense amount of experience on the practitioner side. He brings huge amount of expertise from his vast experience and also the academician. So he can talk about something that we are now talking about. Possibly he would have started working on that maybe 6-7 years back. And before this panel, we were talking about digital twin and how our students are also excited about digital twin and how they are trying to implement it using Gen AI tools. And he said that he had been talking about it possibly 10 years back. So that is the background of Chandan Chaudhary sir. He is currently a professor at ISB and he teaches operations and information systems. Our next guest on the panel is Rahul De sir. I will narrate a small incident about Rahul De sir, and possibly you will not know about this, but when I started my PhD at IIM Calcutta, I wanted to work on e-governance, sustainability of e-governance project. And at that time in India, there were 3 people who were working on e-governance. So one of them was Professor Rahul De. So before I started my data collection, I went and met him at his office at IIM Bangalore. You don't remember it now, but I have a distinct memory of it. The second person was Professor Bhatnagar at IIM Ahmedabad. So I went and met him as well. And the third person was Professor Sanjeev Vaidya at IIM Calcutta. So he was part of evaluation of different projects. So my whole PhD journey started with inspiration from these 3 works, including Rahul De sir. The next panelist is Ashish Sinha sir. He's connected online. Thank you, sir, for staying so late. And we just checked the time. Possibly it's 11:30 night there, if I've correctly punched in the location. And sir will bring us his experience about what is being done with respect to AI across the borders, what other universities, foreign universities are doing, how is the practice looking at AI in different parts of the world. So thank you, Ashish sir, for joining. And last but not the least, Sri Divesh Mehta ji. So he's representing Harvard Business here. And Harvard Business has been at the forefront of creating the content that we normally use in MBA classrooms. And they have ventured out quite early in AI as well. They have created huge amount of experiences, documentations, tools that can be used, not only limited to cases, but across the spectrum. In fact, last year, a training was also organized, workshop kind of thing for faculty members at IIM Ranchi, and he facilitated that as well. The interaction that I remember with you, and again, I'm not sure whether you remember it correctly or not. So in the initial days, possibly 2 years back, when he visited our campus, I said, IIM Ranchi would be interested in Harvard Business more if we are able to co-create something. We don't want to be just consumer of what is being published out there. We also want to contribute to that. At some level, I believe AI gives you that freedom and capability. As a student, you don't only receive what is being instructed to you in class, you contribute to that learning process much more with the help of these kind of tools. But I think my role over here is to moderate the panel, so I will speak less, and I will request all my panel members to express their ideas, their thought around teaching with AI. So I will start with Chandan sir, and then we'll.
Yeah, good evening to all of you. And I must tell you that those of you who are still here, you wouldn't regret that you are attending this session, right? I had discussion with all three of them. How many of you are students? Would you raise the hand? Okay. Now, I would like to share with you my experiment with 787 participants. Now, in these 787 participants, 49% of them were faculty, meaning faculty sat as a student, and just like if you are given a case, you're supposed to read a case in advance and then show up. So I requested that if you want to attend my session, you need to promise that you'll be like a true good student. You will read the case in advance, then show up in the class, and then we conduct the class. So 49% were faculty who went through my sessions. 35% were students. Students of two categories. One category of student was our full-time PGP students. Other category of students were working professionals who do our courses. Third category was actually executives. Executives who want to attend leadership training. So that percentage was 16%. So you actually had all the three categories. Now let me make it very clear. In the 787 participants sample that I had, I taught two cases. One, and both the cases are available through Harvard Publishing. I must thank you for the kind of global visibility that you give to the cases that we write. So one case is written by me, and other case is written by a professor from IMD. So there were two cases. So 787 participants, PGP cohort went through both cases, others went through one case. So what I wanted to share with you, that my experience was rhetoric was very important, telling the student the story. I had to tell them that, look, I will have a co-faculty today, and she is going to be a young lady, and all the guys, students, they were very excited, I also told to the students that you should not show up in torn jeans. It should be really formal. Both top and bottom should be formal. It's not like top is formal and bottom is party. And then the discussion started. What I wanted to share with you, just 4 or 5 insights. First of all, the performance of students were better than faculty. That is one input that I want to give you. And all the discussions, so the students attended 1 hour of physical class. After 1 hour, I pushed them to the virtual world where they were in a virtual AI platform where they had to do discussion on the case in a group of 5. So every group had 5 people. And they had the discussion, a discussion for 1 hour. The moment the discussion got over, within 1 minute, as a faculty, I actually got the insights. So all the discussion that happened across different groups, the digital AI professor, the young lady, she was present concurrently in every room, and she was listening to everybody's conversation. And every discussion that happened was converted into real insights. And insights were categorized into 6 different groups. At the highest level, it was those participants who said something which is, you can say, creative, innovative. That was the highest level. And the lowest level were those who simply crammed and knew the numbers and did not bring anything original. So this was the 2 levels. In between, you had one category, which was those students who could actually make their argument very logical. Third category was those students who could look at complex information and analyze. The next category was those students who could read the case and could apply in a real context. They could talk about real application of some of those concepts. So apply. The next was what you call as understand. Those students who could understand the case but did not have anything original to share. And the lowest level was just remembering. So every student was categorized. Another information I want to share with you, that out of these 787 sample, only there were 4 participants who were categorized at creative, innovative. The implications are, right, at a country level, if you really look at executives, by the way, that 16% of my sample was executives. Those 16% were 2 types of executives. One was very senior executives, other was young, bright, young. They call them as future leaders. Company identified them future leaders. Those young executives, their performance was much better than the executives who are very, very senior. So that's very briefly. I must tell you that the feedback of students who attended the class was, why don't all professors teach the same fashion? At least if we are attending 20 hours of session, out of that 20 hours, at least 4 hours should be conducted by AI professor, AI assisted. They were saying that their learning was at least 5 times more. They also stated, which is available on social media, you could look at LinkedIn, you'll see some of the posts by students. They said that the cases that they have learned where they had that young digital lady as a co-faculty, that those learning was something that would stay permanent. Yeah, over to you.
Sir, Rahul, sir.
First, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm very grateful to the director for bringing me here to this wonderful campus. Great pleasure to be on this panel, and I'm also very grateful that you are here this late in the day. I will begin by introducing myself again. I know Ambuj did a brilliant job. I will have to position myself to frame the points I'm going to make. I'm an old-fashioned guy. Old-fashioned meaning I began my AI journey in 1987, previous century. I joined a PhD program in the AI and Management Lab of the University of Pittsburgh. So I did my PhD in 5-6 years, and when I exited, I couldn't find a job. I was trying to become a professor. Nobody would hire an AI person in a business school. It was unknown at that time. So I had to reinvent myself as an information systems professor, and I found a job and moved around. I have watched the field carefully. In fact, one of the persons I studied with was from a different university, but he was one of the co-founders of the field of AI. And he was in that famous workshop in 1956, in which the term AI was coined. And he was old school. He had actually got the Nobel Prize in economics much later, Herbert Simon. He was old school, and the lab I was in was being run by one of his students. So I was deeply influenced by that old school of thinking. So today, when I'm making my comments in the next 5 minutes, I will say what is it that we need today to understand about AI. I'll begin with first knowing about AI. I've been teaching a course on AI for the last 30 years or so. This is to business school students, not to computer science students or today data science students. I've taught this to business school students, telling them to first understand what constitutes AI. So AI today, as we understand it, generally refers to what we would call generative AI, using ChatGPT or Gemini or Perplexity or something. That is one part of AI, and it's a small part, although it seems to dominate. A big part of AI is what you would call predictive AI, which actually took the world by storm in about 2012 or so. Predictive AI is the stuff that you use on your phones regularly, this facial recognition stuff, the things that you have been using very commonly, but you don't call it AI as such. For instance, you've been using Google search for a long time. Some of you are very young students, but for us, Google search began in the early 2000s. You know what? That is also AI. We didn't call it that way. Google Maps is also AI. Many of the products that you use on an everyday basis are AI. So when we talk about AI as such, today we are kind of bringing it down to generative AI and what it can do. Very clearly, that is one of the points I would like you to understand. Second, all of you are using AI, will continue to use AI. Your lives will be shaped, your working lives will be shaped by this, including your personal lives. So it is very important that teaching AI for us academics, we also ensure students understand what it is. So the first difference is between predictive AI and generative AI. The second is how is this thing made, both of them. So there are three parts to it, the making of it, but the most important one is basically data. AI is made with humongous amounts of data, humongous amounts. This is unimaginable what they have put in. ChatGPT pretty much took the whole of the internet that they could get their hands on. Everything, every blog post, every website, everything written on Reddit or social media, they used it. This is humongous data. In 2012, when the first visual revolution happened, they used 14 million images to train programs. This was unimaginable. This was taking every possible image you could find. Today, it's standard to change that word million to billions and trillions of images. So it is massive data that is going in, and frankly, you and I are making that data. We have to understand it. You and I are making the data, and there is something called labeling of data. Very important. When you show an image of something, maybe this bottle in front of me, I can take this image, you cannot do anything with it until somebody calls it a bottle, puts a label on it. Today, labeling itself is a $5 billion industry. Massive. People are doing it. You and I are doing it. Labeling, people make mistakes. I can confuse that bottle with something else. I can confuse this flower with something else. If there are many things on this table, if you ask me, I might say, oh, there's a pad on the table, and label it as a pad. No, there's a flower and a bottle also. These things, these small things, is what you have to understand, is what goes into making this AI. These models are being built with billions of dollars being poured in. You must be hearing those numbers. There's an incredible amount of money going in. Why are people doing this? It's because the computations required to handle so much data is massive. So what has happened is, and again, you can see this over the period of time, very large corporations like Google and OpenAI and Facebook are able to do this. But the other people who have very deep pockets and a lot of money are governments. Government of India, for instance, is spending at least 20,000 crores and lots of GPUs to build such models. We have to understand this even as we go forward and start using these systems. Every query you make, every one of them, you do it for free on Perplexity or Gemini, is costing rupees. It is costing at least a liter of water in just keeping computing cool, the computers cool, wherever they are. Apparently, Google is going to launch a big server farm somewhere in Andhra Pradesh. So this is a core understanding you should have. It is not enough to say, and I've heard this argument many times and I rail against it. People don't say, I don't have to know how the internal combustion engine works. I know how to drive a car or a scooter and it works. I know what to do with it. But today I'm saying very clearly, you have to know how AI works, what it is doing and why it is doing it. Now, having said that, everything that we do with AI, and I will go into this later after my colleagues have done with the first round of the discussions, everything we do with AI in classrooms, whether you're an educator or a student, we have to be conscious of its limitations also. These models are not perfect. They do make mistakes. And it is imperative that we recognize that they are making mistakes, even as they do very cool things for us. They will analyze a case, my colleague will give you. They will take a 20-page Harvard case and within minutes give you talking points to go into class. Who won here, who lost? Did you win if you, instead of spending 2 to 3 hours as it takes to read a typical Harvard case, you did it in 5 minutes? Did you win? Well, you may have won some points, but we have to keep in mind, you did not win because you didn't read the case really. There was something in the case that was of value, which is why Harvard spends so much time in building these cases. My colleague Chandan here has written an award-winning case, which he spent humongous amounts of time to write. It is worth going into those details. And in closing, I will say this. Not only do you have to use AI sensitively and in a way that it will help your learning, you also have to be conscious of the very severe problems it can create in society. We have to be conscious of this. I can go into some details later on, but I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I will request Ashish Sinha, sir, to come in. And I think I will try to urge you to modify the topic slightly from teaching with AI to maybe learning with AI, given the fact that large majority of our student participants are here. So they are interested in knowing how to learn with AI.
Sure, absolutely. But let me start by first thanking IIM Ranchi for inviting me to the director as well, Professor Srivastav. It's an absolute honor to be a part of this esteemed and elite panel. And I'm really enjoying the conversations, both Chandan, who I know really well for a number of years now, and also Rahul, it's the first time I'm meeting you. But yeah, really enjoyed the conversation that you're having, the discussion that we're having here. I guess where I want to start, Ambuj, would be, and Rahul has already kind of talked about the history of AI, that there have been a number of booms and busts, or summer and winters, as they call them. Herb Simon being one of the founders. And if you ask a lot of people in AI, they probably don't even know that Herbert Simon Just as Geoffrey Hinton was called the godfather of AI, both of them are the only ones who have won both the Turing Award and the Nobel Award. Turing being, the equivalent of a Nobel Prize in computing science, and also the Nobel Prize, right? So they are the only two people. Probably everyone knows, or many people know Geoffrey Hinton, but they wouldn't know. And the reason for that is very simple, that we sort of, with each boom and bust, we remember the things that are happening at that particular point, but forget about the history of whatever has happened before. Now, having said that, to me, we have never encountered a technology like this in its current state, right? We may think whatever it was before, and it has been for the last 50 years, the democratization of AI has taken place since ChatGPT. It's in everyone's hand. All of us have access to it. And that sort of democratization never happened in the past. Even though AI has existed since 1956, or even some would argue even before that. And to me, we are not at an inflection point now. We're in the vortex of disruption. And whenever you're in the vortex of disruption, you'll see massive amounts of change in very short periods of time. And that means, and that's what is happening in this, with this particular discipline. So that means, regardless of what industry you might be in the future, when you talk about the workforce, so many reports coming out from MIT, from Stanford, that it's the graduates who are being impacted the most. They're not getting as many jobs as what they used to do before, right? So all of us, any industry, every industry is up for disruption. Education is no different. We are also equally likely to get disrupted if we do not make changes. And that, to me, is like when you said learning, to me, it's much more, and I'm going to take probably a 50,000-foot view, that it's about AI in education rather than just about teaching and learning. And what I mean by that is that the way knowledge is being created, which is, a lot of the things that we do, the research and how we come up with the knowledge, and also how it is disseminated, which is the delivery, is delivery of knowledge. Everything, whether it is the research, whether it's engagement, whether it's teaching, everything is up for debate at this point. And a lot of universities at this point are, there's a lot of uncertainty, no different from what it has been for the other industries as well. So specifically, when I think about education, on one side, what AI is changing, but obviously is the pedagogy. Some of the things that I think others have already mentioned, both Chandan as well, there are benefits, but also equally importantly, the security of assessments is something that is becoming a big problem for all the educators. The other one, but obviously, is the curriculum, right? How do we change the curriculum that our graduates are ready for the changes? MIT's report is that the employment for the graduates, those between 22 and 25 years, is going to shoot up by 11.5%, right? Whatever that number is, it's still maybe 11, maybe it's 15, whatever that number is. It means that the youth are going to face unemployment more than anyone else. So how should the curriculum change? And a curriculum like this, as I think I've mentioned it before too, will lie at the interface of technology, methods, and just how organizations, how they come together, how corporations organize themselves, is going to be very different from what they were traditionally that we have looked at. So so that means one focus has to be on curriculum, because that's how we prepare our students for the future. And when I say future, I mean like today and tomorrow, what they will encounter when they do graduate and they look for jobs, right? The excitement around AI, but obviously to me, and I, we work in this area of AI for good, is scaling, that you can scale anything. The good things about it very quickly, and education being one of them as well. So you see the accessibility and affordability and democratization of education will be something that we'll experience. But then what is the role of institutions in that case? What is the role of a university? What is the role of, whether it is a Harvard, Stanford, anything like that? And the other thing that I also see from a pedagogical standpoint is that transformative learning is something that is rarely experienced at institutions. There are some exemplars both at Harvard and Stanford. Stanford's D School, for instance, is known for providing that transformative experience. It's about behavior change. It's about not only the knowledge that you get, but how would your behavior and your mental models of the world change as a result of whatever the curriculum that is being provided or being taught to you. So that is only 5 to 10% courses, as per what the stats that I read, are able to provide that transformative learning experience. With AI, that number is going to go up to 50, 60, 70%. It's way beyond just like the application, but how does it change your mental models? And how does it also change, the way that you behave in the real world? And some of them would, but obviously be related to things like ethics and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'll stop at this point. I mean, to me, it's much bigger than just learning and teaching. It's about education and how education will change or be disrupted as a result of this new technology. And unfortunately, because we're in the vortex, the changes are going to be quite dramatic and very quick. Right. And so how do we as educators respond to this situation that we've probably never have encountered anything like this before? So yeah, thanks.
Finally, Divyaji.
Thank you, Professor Ambuj, first of all for that introduction, and I would really thank Dr. Deepak and I'm Ranchi for this invite, and it's been fabulous last 2 days. So we'd want, and this is the last session of the day, and so we'll try to make it. And it's been fabulous from how Dr. Chandan started it, some of the insights, and in fact, I got a 101, what Professor Rahul had mentioned. And it was great to hear some of the global insights. So I would want to go maybe 100 years back as I talk about this particular topic. There was a time of industrial revolution, and maybe that time also industry was saying the education institutions are not preparing students for what is needed in the industry. It was very different, similar conversation happening then as well. But then the beast was very different. But here in 2025, we're talking about AI, how AI is transforming. What makes it really different is the speed of change. I think that's something Professor Chandan also mentioned in his address. How AI has drastically reduced the half-life of skills. It's getting reduced day in, day out. Organizations are not looking for the hard skills. They tell us that we can teach out the tools, we can teach out the hard skills, but we need the right mindset. How many of you have heard about this organization called Moderna? This is one of the leading pharmaceutical industry organization, and was massive during the pandemic when they created this vaccine. So I'm not sure how many of you followed this particular link. This was a couple of months back. They launched a new role where they made a single person as a CHRO and a CTO. So CHRO, very people-intensive role, and CTO, very technical role. And among the MBA students, how many of you are majoring in HR here? Can I see the raise of hands? Any HR major students? There are very few, but how are you ready to even lead technology functions as well in the future? So it's all on the mindset, how we can be far more agile and far more learn and relearn in a real-time manner. Sam Altman said a few months back, there is a matter of time when there will be an organization created which will be a unicorn by a single person. So all the functions pretty much outsourced to an AI, and you are running the show. And that's something will be the reality for all of us as we reach in 4 to 5 years down the time. World Economic Forum came with these results few months back, which said what are the skills needed to be relevant by 2030.
And guess what? In that list, none of those skills was marketing, financial accounting, or analytics. The skills which were needed to be successful are the aspects of critical thinking, learning agility, collaboration. So how, as you in this safe space, you have these 2 years of management education, you can hone these particular skills. Professor Rahul mentioned about the case study. You could get a quick solution via single search. But what are you missing on that? Try to probe at it multiple times. Now, it is actually no difference than Google search of 20 years back. Then you have to do far more hard work. But now your time spent on the search has drastically reduced, and the time needed for you to think on it should further increase around that. So there's very interesting framework, which I actually heard from a Harvard professor, which said it is not about the technology or having the hard skills or learning the tools. So the AI success of an AI depends on this 70-20-10 principle. In that, 10% is the tool, 20% is the algorithm, and 70% is the mindset. So as we embrace the change, embrace the ambiguity, how we can equip ourselves with a 70% skill set so that we remain relevant as we go in the organizations. Because again, the jobs of tomorrow could be very different. Like we personally have redefined our roles, how we were taught 10, 20 years back. Similarly, I think that's a challenge each one of us will be facing. And in an organization, in the institution as you're spending, it becomes more and more important for you because it's a safe space for you to try out different things and build out that particular agility skills. So that's something I'll wrap up on that and pass it to you, Professor Ambuj, because it's a multifaceted problem. The students need to build up the skill. Faculties and educators need to build up the skill on how they can offer that platform for you. So the facilitation skills of the faculties become another tangent, which we can discuss subsequently in the conversation.
Okay, thank you all the panel members for such an insightful highlights of how AI can actually impact learning and teaching. Now I am a bit confused. I don't know about you. So everybody has a different kind of opinion. We had Ashish sir who was saying that it is not only democratization of AI, now he is saying it is democratization of education as well. So everybody now has got access to education. You can learn whenever you want to. You can learn a new language, you can learn a new subject on AI on your own. And Devesh is saying that the half-life of the skill is going down, which means no matter how much you learn, the value is going to be limited. So you would not need that learning very soon. Yet he is highlighting some of the important learnings that is needed through and through. Not today, not tomorrow, possibly 50 years from now as well, till the end of your career. So he's talking about right mindset. He's talking about critical thinking, imagination, creativity, all of those skill set. The question is, how can we leverage AI to learn these more fundamental skills? Is there a limit that Rahul Desai had asked, that there's a limit to how much we can use AI? So what is that limit where we can actually apply to some of these kind of fundamental skill set? And the second question, which is a supplementary question that I would like to add, is it actually creating a new kind of digital divide? There would be students in my class who would be more capable of leveraging AI to learn. There would be good number of students in class who are not so capable in leveraging AI. So is it going to create tomorrow a new kind of digital divide? And Chandan Chaudhary sir had rightly said, see, even students at ISB had those kind of divide. There were few students who were who had this opportunity to learn from that lady digital professor who subscribed to your course, and maybe some of the other students who could not subscribe that course, they had no such opportunity. And obviously students at different B schools across the country, across the world, we will not have the same or similar access to courses that leverages AI to that extent. So are we looking forward to such kind of digital divide? So panel members, your thought on these 2 points, starting with Chandan sir.
So I think, it's a very interesting question, But I want to share with you one statistic since there are many students. So there is a study of World Bank you can refer to. As far as India is concerned, 69% of India's workforce has the risk of losing their job. That 69% includes both you and me. That's number one. Number two, I wanted you to know that I think this AI and other emerging technology is going to democratize education. Even schools which are in rural areas, they will have an access to these technologies, and they'll be able to ensure that students get some kind of leveling. So I would see it as an opportunity. Third thing I want to say that is the speed. The speed at which we can impart education, high quality education, I think we'll see phenomenal improvement. I have some insights for the faculty, some insights for the students, and some insights for the executives who work in industry. As far as faculty is concerned, I don't know at IIM Ranchi, but many business schools that I have interacted, one of the biggest problems is students show up without going through a case. Now, in the platform that I have used, I have configured it that students got to go through the case. They have to attempt a quiz as a testimonials, as a proof that they have read the case, and 40% mark out of 100 in a class will be based on quiz results, 40%. And students want to ensure that they have, they get good grade. And we're talking about every class you are grading students. So 40% for quiz, which ensures students show up after going through the case. And from a faculty perspective, I think it's a very, very good news. Second is, there's a very important thing that you have mentioned, critical thinking. So cognitive skills and critical thinking, these are going to be very, very important. I don't want to name, but I have analyzed placement data for some 13 years. Increasingly, I find that if our cognitive skills are low, our ability to crack high quality interviews, where you need to really do well is lower. So this AI platform can help professors to understand cognitive skills of students right from day one. That's number one. Number two, students also get a feedback on their cognitive skills so they can improve. So for students, I think it is very, very helpful. The third thing I wanted to mention, not just teaching with AI, I think also for research. In fact, on 16th of this month, I have discussed with Professor MP Jaiswal, who is the director of IIM Sambalpur, that I have a research project which is Pan-India research project on MSMEs. How can you accelerate the growth of MSMEs? We want to collect data through survey, but we also want to have focus group discussion. We decided that we'll use AI platform, which will conduct the focus group discussion. So theoretically speaking, I can concurrently do focus group discussion across maybe thousands of groups. So I think in research also, faculty can use AI platform. And I think the future is going to be very, very interesting. The moment you move from AI to agentic AI, which I would think that maybe will be available in next 1 year or 2 years' time. As a professor, I'll be able to set goal, that what goal do I want to achieve, right? And then the AI will be able to conduct the class to help me achieve my goals that I want to achieve. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Rahul, sir, your thoughts on this?
Great questions. Let me begin by the first one, fundamental skill sets. Let me begin with a provocation. Here's a bottle with certain amount of water. We all know that if I open this cap and I tilt it, the water will fall out. Now I can ask you a very dumb question. If the water falls out, why doesn't the top of this bottle also fall off? Now all of you will say, what kind of a question is this? This is solid, this is liquid, liquid falls off. Even children know this. Human children, up even till the age of about 1 onwards, they know the difference between solids and liquids. Even at that level, children, if you do this with them, you frown at them, they know you are not very happy. If you smile, they know. This happens with children who are even 15 days old. They know. They know a grumpy dad and a happy dad. This is something AI still hasn't cracked. Okay, no matter how much labeling you do, how much training you do, this common sense reasoning has not come as yet. Now, in the research world in AI, there's a huge battle going on. And the battle is between reasoning capabilities. Apparently, AI, if you tell it, make a program in Python, do something, it'll make it. Simple stuff will run right away. If you make it do a complicated program, which I have tried, it'll make some bug in it. You say there's a problem, it'll say very nicely, oh yes, you're right, I'm so sorry, there's a problem. Here's the code all over again. Now there is a bug again, so you say, hey, you didn't fix the bug. Again, very politely, it will say, yeah, sorry, I made a mistake. And on and on. Last time I tried this, it never fixed the problem. But maybe it could, maybe it could. The problem, what I'm alluding to, is the reasoning capabilities are also not very great in AI. Despite all the agentic stuff that is happening, there is a core issue of AI which has to do very simply with this common sense reasoning that we all have. The AI does not have this. So, what does it mean for students? Build on those skills which are inherent for you. And one of them is critical thinking, ability to empathize, to read emotions, ability to communicate flexibly, to be able to say things by shaking your hand. You and I can go anywhere in the world, even if we don't know the language, we can make faces, shake our hands and communicate. AI is not able to do that. Not yet. Not yet. And I doubt if it will happen for a long time. The current models of Gen AI are inherently limited. Now, I listen to these guys from OpenAI very closely. Sam Altman is not admitting it, but the rest of his group is admitting it. They are hitting the peak of the scaling laws. The scaling has hit its peak. It will scale some more, but the advantages won't be significantly more. So, what it means for us, you and I, what we have to learn is those 3-4 things. Critical thinking, common sense reasoning, hang on to it. You already know it. Common sense is something nobody teaches us in school. We pick it up. The first 15 years of our life is actually learning common sense along with your maths and chemistry and English and all that. That's what in AI is called the cognitive or the symbolic part is learned. The sub-symbolic part, which is very difficult, AI is very bad at, we are very good at. So that's one. The second one, it was a bit of an esoteric answer, so I apologize, but that's the point. Is a new digital divide going to show up? The answer is yes. There is already a World Bank study which is saying that a digital divide, an AI digital divide is emerging from different parts of the world. They've studied this across multiple countries. This is emerging. In elite institutions like this, it will not be a challenge, but it will spread, despite the fact that all these companies are now dropping prices and literally giving you access to AIs for free. Perplexity is doing it, Gemini is doing it. It'll happen. But at some point, the catch-up will come. The catch-up will come where it will be difficult to sustain these phenomenal expenses and in giving things for free. So we have this digital divide will be there no matter what. We'll have to address it in different ways. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ashish, sir, over to you.
Sure, sure. So I'll respond to your question slightly differently on purpose that a lot of good stuff has already been covered, right? So I'll be just going over the same thing. To me, I see a lot of institutions, particularly in the West, they're looking at this disruption and kind of thinking that how should they change or how should they respond to it? And what they are trying to embed a lot more, not only in the curriculum, but how they teach, the pedagogy as well as the delivery, is that they're increasing, so to say, the human touch. So here is an institution, one of the most highly regarded institution on the planet, and Sri apparently is a part of that, which currently they have a white paper out. And what they are requiring is mandatory attendance of classes, which I know at ISB, for instance, we've always done it, but a lot of in the West, even at places like Harvard and Stanford, it's not required. There'll be no recording of lectures. If you don't come to lectures, you will not get that material anymore. Device-free classrooms, right? So that means no one is allowed to bring in. You have to take down notes by hand, rather than having a computer in front of you. And also a lot of in-class activity where there's also grading happening at the same time. Now, you may use an AI tool to assist you. That's a different issue, but all of that is happening. And the reason for that is very simple, that today it is very easy to use AI tools to do things, which some of the examples have already been provided, but also for some of the skills, the ability to learn, right? Critical thinking. These are hard skills, even though everyone talks about it. And that means that you need to step back and kind of take things slowly, right? Whether you're writing, and in writing, you have to bring all the critical elements together. Yeah, it is very easy to outsource it to whatever LLM that you are using. But when it comes to an actual point in time when you need to use language as a way to communicate, then you will find as a student, if you have never done that, that is going to be really hard. So that's one part. To me, I am not that worried about the AI digital divide, to be honest. And the reason for that is the scalability of AI is what is the most exciting part of it. You know, you take any problem, if there is a solution, it can be scaled. Yes, it may take longer. It may take, 3 to 5, whatever that might be. But I think that divide, the gap is going to be narrowed very quickly. And so the battle is never going to be on the technology side of things. It's going to be on some of the things that we've already talked about. And that's what the curriculum and the delivery and how we teach, how we interact with the students, whatever the experience, that learning experience that we provide has to have that element of humanness. And to me, the institutions that don't do that will not survive, because they are no different from having a chatbot teaching or learning it from YouTube or whatever that might be. So I'll stop at this point.
Thank you, sir. Deveshji, your turn now.
The benefits of going last. I think most of the points you get to know what not to say. No, but I think totally agree. What we are, I think, very fortunate. OpenAI was launched as an open source project. Had it not be, we would have been paying millions and millions of dollars to access it. It's never happened in history. Such huge amount of efficiency is touching our lives at pretty much at no cost.
So there is a cost, maybe as Professor Rahul mentioned, maybe in long run, there would be a considerable cost which will come to these resources. But right now we are living in a pretty much a wonderful era to go through this such massive transformation. And I'll also agree when you say that there's a divide of tech literacy versus not being that savvy with tech, and then you're not able to get most out of the Gen AI, and hence you're lacking behind. There was an interesting research we did early this year where we exposed around 1,500 educators across different open AI like tech tools like within the Harvard ecosystem. There were tools to design their curriculum, design their cases, convert their, it had huge capabilities that faculties could do. We found an interesting trend. The faculties who were good with ambiguity, good with some of their open AI skills or tech skills, they somehow had a breeze way through it. They enjoyed doing it. They were to really disrupt it and come up with new ideas and new ways to use the tools. But the ones who are not that tech savvy, they really struggled and they said, this is so ambiguous, this is not worth the time. And that pretty much, they didn't leverage out of it. So definitely, I think being savvy with tech, being savvy with ambiguity, you will be able to gain more out of it. And there's a very interesting analogy to F1 racing. I'm not sure how many of you follow F1 here. Whenever you have to take an overtake a particular car, you wait for those turns. Then only you overtake a car. So this has come as an opportunity for all of us. It's a turn out here. The whoever speeds past here will get into the pole position into the overall race. So that's, I feel, is a fabulous opportunity for us in India, how we can speed past the rest of the world. We pretty much have some of the youngest minds, youngest generation. We're pretty much tech savvy, and how we can build on that particular skill, even for institutions as well. It's a great opportunity for education institutes in India to have possibly 20, 30% of them from FT Top 100 by leveraging some of these tools. So that's something I feel really passionate and excited about. And I think for the students' point of view, we have used this word critical thinking, meta skills so many times. So how you can build in these 2 years. I'll actually refer to one article which ex-dean of Harvard Business School, Dean Nitin Noria, wrote. This was around 2022. He said the 7 meta skills that participant-centered learning teaches you. Pretty much the case pedagogy that you go through day in, day out in your classroom. What are the skills, meta skills that they're teaching you? And those are skills you can't teach in a direct manner. The number one was preparedness, because every day you get used to preparing for a case study. There's a very interesting, one of my colleagues at HBS, he was an HBS grad, and then there was another one from Stanford. So he said when he joined McKinsey, they were grad from Harvard Business School, they were grad from Stanford, and they were grad from MIT. But on day one itself, they had given some pre-read and before they joined. They found that all the Harvard graduates, since they were so used to a case pedagogy rigor, all of them had read through it and they were pretty much raising their hands, hey, can I answer it, can I answer it? So that's a skill that case methodology is teaching you on a day in, day out. Next one is like information discernment. When you go through a case study, maybe a 2-page, 3-page or 10-page, there'll always be a lot of information, but you need to pick and choose information which is really relevant. That becomes such a critical skill now, because with these LLMs, you'll be thrown out with a lot of data elements. How do you choose the one which is really needed? It's again a skill you're already practicing day in, day out. There's elements of bias recognition, that how you can ensure that that is something is not misleading you from your particular outcome. Curiosity, pretty much to know, okay, what's happening in the, how a Netflix is entering in an organization, what happened with Boat as they were expanding, what happened with Zerodha. So those are the elements, again, you're practicing on a day in, day out. And finally, the judgment and decision-making skills, which will be needed as you all join the workplace. Because after every case study, you need to come up with a judgment and a decision-making skills. So maybe tomorrow or Monday, when you look at a case study, look at ways how it's preparing you for life, for those meta skills, which will be so relevant. And that's something in the safe space you can try out at your pace. So that's a benefit of studying in an elite institute like IIM Ranchi, and you can build on that particular momentum.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot for highlighting those 7 meta skills that our students really need to be prepared with, and hence you need to go through the cases that is being distributed. But I will tell you, we are towards the end of this panel discussion, possibly the last round, so I request you for the closing remark. But before that, I'll share one big achievement that our students have made. Students at IIM Ranchi, so they normally share our cases and all the reading materials with ChatGPT, and they request ChatGPT to give bullet point kind of summary. Remember, bullet point kind of summary. And they have made so many requests that ChatGPT is now used to giving bullet point request. No matter where you are in the world, you ask anything to ChatGPT and it would give you bullet point response. So some of the credit goes to our students as well. Possibly other institute would have.
The opportunity I'm talking about.
Yes. So possibly other students at other institute would also have contributed, but we definitely have some contribution. So just learning from them, I would request you to give one bullet point kind of advice to our students, and one advice, not necessarily bullet point, to the faculty members who wants to teach and maybe learn with AI. So starting with you, sir.
I think, I have one observation, both for faculty and student, that those faculty and those students who will leverage AI, they would always have an advantage. And I spoke about people losing job. I think AI is not going to replace human, but it's human who will leverage AI will replace human who would not use AI. So that's one common for both. And I would say from both student and faculty perspective, if we leverage AI to challenge ourselves, and I have many anecdotes which I'm not sharing, when a student would use AI not for copying and some quick solutions, but for getting into rigor. Ask ChatGPT, ask me a difficult question on this case. And similarly, faculty also tell me a difficult question that a student can ask me. So I think if you leverage AI also to challenge you, we would have advantage. Yeah, this is the two things I thought challenge.
Sir.
Yeah, I will I will give a 3-point summary for students in particular. First point, if you're using these Gen AI tools for any of your subjects, please do. First point, be completely transparent. Please tell your instructor, your professor, this is what I did, share your prompt. Whatever, if you gave a series of prompts, share it. Look at all the responses, share the responses. Say, I did this, share it. That's transparency. 2, be a little critical about what is coming through. So if you are using ChatGPT, definitely run it in Claude, run it in Gemini, and run it in Grok. At least those 3. You could do any more than that. There are 1.2 million models on Hugging Face. Most of them are available. Do what you like. Compare across them so that you are able to at least say where verify the answer of one versus the other. Don't accept whatever is coming out of one of the models. Clearly, that's a no-no. Third one, look at the origins. Many of these models will today point to a paper or to a website. Some of them are hallucinations, they don't exist. Some of them are for real. Check them out as much as you can. It seems I'm telling you to do more work than you were doing before. Maybe it's just easier to read a Harvard case, 20 pages, than to go through all this over and over again. But frankly, that's the only way you will have a strong critical basis to interrogate this AI itself, which will help you in your learning. So 3-point strategy. A, be fully transparent. 2, do comparative analysis. 3, look for the sources. Always look for the sources. That should be my bullet points. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ashish, sir.
Sure. So I'll keep it really short. I guess to me, augmented intelligence, which is how humans and AI will come together, will always be, humans on their own or AI on their own. So it is this how you can bring these two things together is what the students should be focusing on. So using tools, but also importantly the human element of it. For educators, I don't think it is out with the old and in with the new, because a lot of people are talking about that. It is how do we embed the sort of things, that Sri talked about, critical thinking, more the ability to learn, the agility, all those things in the curriculum, and then leveraging AI to sort of emphasize on that for students. So those would be my two big things.
Thank you, sir. Deveshi.
It's tough to summarize after like such stalwarts have spoken about, but I'll actually say two things. One is be very curious, both for faculties and students. I think that is the only way to check if something is right or wrong. And I'll share one framework which was published at Harvard Business Review in 2023. It says human versus AI. It's a 2x2 framework, which says you can just divide it into 4 quadrants, like more of human and more of AI. So as you look at any task, what you should outsource to AI, look at outsourcing tasks like on the left quadrant, which is more AI, elements of scheduling, tracking, called the smart system zone. Give it all to AI, maybe human mind is not needed for it. All the operational stuff that you want to do, designing of it, feedback of it, or even some of the creative stuff as well, the AI can do a pretty good job at it. But when it comes to the second half of the quadrant, where is more human is needed, so try to be far more cognizant, bring in more human and humanness into it, where the judgment is needed in mentoring someone, solving a conflict. Look out for human skills in yourself. And finally, the relationship zone, which should be very high human and less of AI. Look out for bring in more empathy, bring in more ethical sense, using your judgment, not using an AI. So if you can look at any task, human versus AI, this 2x2, try to automate a lot of stuff that you're doing using AI, and then also bring that humanness, keep that alive. And in fact, in the earlier panel discussion, it came out, in this age of AI, the sense of humanity will further rise, will grow more and more, because a lot of the redundant tasks would be taken care by these AI bots. So keep the humanity alive, and I'm sure things would be brighter for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panel members, and thank you to all the participants. It was really good to see you all here. Sir was worried whether somebody would be here so late. So I'm glad that there were so many of you and listening very carefully. Happy learning, and happy learning with AI.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm signing
You
off.
can look at the AI summary at the back of the screen, and thanks to Professor Gaurav for doing this at our conference this time.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being such an attentive audience, and a special thanks to our panelists for an enriching session. Now, as a gesture of our appreciation, we'll now felicitate our distinguished speakers. May I now request Mr. Ambuj Anand to kindly come forward for the felicitation ceremony. Professor Chandan Chaudhary, Shri Dvivesh Mehta, Professor Rahul De, can you please show the AI picture again? Yeah. Just a second. Please show the AI summary again. Yeah, it is. For Professor Ashish Sinha, we'll be sending the mementos on his respective address. Now, I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Union Bank of India, our platinum sponsor, and Hindalco, our silver sponsor. For their continued support throughout this conference, their commitment has been invaluable. Now, I bring this discussion to a close and welcome you all to dinner in Auditorium Lone with a cultural performance awaiting for you. Please join us in the dinner, for the dinner. Guys, please wait a second. We have to take a picture first. You can leave the auditorium. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
पापा इस दिवाली दादू और दादी को यहाँ बुलाए?
बेटा, हम वहाँ जाएंगे
क्यों?
क्योंकि त्योहार हमेशा अपने घर और अपनों के साथ मनाते हैं।
क्या ये अपना घर नहीं है?
बेटा हम यहाँ रहते हैं पर ये अपना घर नहीं।
हम अपने घर में कब रहेंगे?
यूनियन होम लोन के अट्रैक्टिव इंटरेस्ट रेट से मनाइए त्योहारों की खुशियां अपने घर अपनों के साथ।
हर दिन त्योहार।
यूनियन होम लोन, अब खुशियां अपने घर अपनों के साथ।
आज लिखेंगे हम अपना कल, जब अपनी सोच को राह मिले, सच तक ले जाएंगे अरमानों को, जब आशाओं को राह मिले। सोच से सच तक चले हम, सोच से सच तक, सोच से सच तक बढ़े हम, सोच से सच तक। हर नारी का सपना, हर नारी की शक्ति, ऊर्जा से उन्नति का सफर, हौसला हो अपने दम पर। सोच से सच तक चले हम, सोच से सच तक, सोच से सच तक बढ़े हम, सोच से सच तक। देश विदेश से जुड़ते रहे, हर मंजिल पाते रहे, मान सम्मान और आयुष्मान, आगे बढ़े बढ़ते रहे, रोशन होंगे उम्मीदों के दीपक।
यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, सोच से सच तक। यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के आसान MSME लोन्स के साथ हर ख्वाहिश सोच से सच तक।